Out there. A nice, beautiful day. Apparently, the rain has gone away, and we're getting, what would you say, summer part 2 that is now rolling in after a couple days of torrential rainfall. No Isaac Robb today, still trying to work out his deportation status. Ryan Buckley sitting here one last time, and we kind of bid you farewell yesterday. We're going to try to have you host the last 2 days, but I'm convinced at this point that there's something going on, and you need to let me know what it is, because at this point, the common denominator here is me.
That you've just repelled people?
Well, we don't know where Rop is. He's just gone. He may be deported. We don't know. He may be being held illegally at the ICE detention center. It could be a Molly Two Poops thing. She's an illegal Mexican street dog. We don't know. But we've heard hide nor hair from Rop. Okay? Today is Ryan Buckley's last day. He's leaving to take a different job.
That's right.
We were going to try to have Buckley host today to kind of do a farewell, but we can't because there's no one to produce. Schultze's not in. Ortner already left.
By the way, your baby prodigy, Ortner, is like half a country away.
Yeah, he's down in Texas somewhere doing God knows what, so we don't have anyone to produce. I would also like to point out that I do a little side podcast. By the way, West Coast Bias, check it out wherever you get your podcasts. I'm a subscriber. Yeah, me and Nemec do a podcast together. We usually do them on like Mondays, Thursdays, or Monday, Fridays. And we just, it's mainly just if you want like a hardcore X's and O's football podcast.
West Coast focused.
West Coast focus, right? Oh, West Coast Bias. So I get a text from Nemec yesterday being like, hey, man, need a day. No big deal. We'll tape on Friday. Yeah, Nemec's out. Nemec's got something going on. He can't eat food.
By the way, we're supposed to have Joey Harrington on today.
That's my point.
He's out too.
Yeah, Joey can't come on.
He can't get through security at JFK, apparently, probably because of the shutdown.
Evidently. So, I asked Nemec what was going on. I don't know. He can't eat anything. You know what a lot of people are saying? Can't eat solid food?
A lot of people saying.
Lot of people saying.
Sacred Heart has diarrhea.
So, just to recap, no Rop, no Buckley, no Schultz, no Ortner, no Joey, no Nemec. What the hell, man?
Hey, we have a Bill Oram. That's what we have.
We do have Bill Oram. The Oregonians' Bill Oram chimes us today at 3:30 to talk about the whole Oregon State mess. And by the way, like 45 minutes ago, their general manager, was it Kyle Bjornstrand?
Yeah.
He quit.
I just saw that.
He turned in his keys. Apparently, do I have an affiliation with Oregon State? Because at the going rate...
When's the last time they played BYU?
Dude, it's possible that maybe me and Kyle are besties, and he's like, dude, I'm not doing this. I'm out. And if you don't know, he's the guy that originally started the Damnation Collective.
Right.
And then he sold it to Blueprint Sports, and then became Oregon State's general manager because you can now take NIL in-house. And then this whole thing, and now you got the deputy AD coming out, and he's giving interviews with no pushback whatsoever, and he's telling a different story than what the hell the Sportico thing was. By the way, Oregon State's 0-5 on the road at App State. They're underdogs.
Oh, are they? I thought that it was 1.5.
1.5.
Oh, they're underdogs. I thought they were favored by 1.5. Okay.
So, dude, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria, and no one wants to work with me. And to be clear, I had to do this. We do a little
eating the dogs.
We do a pre-show little video thing for social media. I do not have the world's largest herpy on my lip.
Glad we've clarified that right out of the gate. It's important for you.
Yeah. Sometimes I come in with like black eyes, or I'll get like a fat lip or something.
Yeah.
And it's never a good look. But
one time your nose was kind of busted up.
Yeah. But by far the worst one is that when you get a lip thing. Because immediately you just have a big, fat, swollen lip, and it's like dark and red, and immediately you're like, ugh. And it's not the best look in the world. So just to be clear, no. Maybe that's why people took one look at the lip and were like, yeah, I'm not doing this. Yeah, I'm out of here. The worst part is I got some, the teeth are a little loose.
Ooh,
that's
never fun.
No, I got some. The lip actually doesn't hurt that bad. It bled a lot. But this was like 2 hours ago. The teeth are a little loose. I don't know if the steak is going to be on.
Are they supposed to tighten back up? I wish you well there.
Yeah, it happens. Like your teeth will be they're a little shaky for a couple days, and then they settle back into place. Nothing's like loose where you're like you couldn't shove one out of place. They got a little, you're like driving in your car and you feel a little wiggle. little wiggle going down the road.
Yeah.
It's like that. He's got a little wiggle in your teeth, and it's not the best feeling in the world. So, my day's going great. How's yours, Buck?
Well, suggestion on the text line here that rumors that Joey was detained by ICE after he expressed his support for the European Ryder Cup team.
Wouldn't that be something?
He does have connections.
Well,
Cousin Patty.
I was gonna talk to him today. Like our main thing was I wanted to ask him what he thought of the Oregon Penn State game, and more importantly, what he thought about his lack of patriotism and rooting for the European team in the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, he's told us a story before as well. I think when he was the quarterback for the Lions, I want to say it came to like Whistling Straits or something like that. It was somewhere in the Midwest, and he went to support his cousin who was on Team Europe, and he was already like in the doghouse a little bit with the Detroit fans, and then on top of it, he had to not be rooting for America.
Yeah, it's not the best. Well, some of us here, namely you and Rob both bet against the Americans.
That was my missed price bet of the year. Loved it.
The
mispriced? Like the books mispriced those odds. The fact that Europe was a dog and getting plus 170, had to hammer it.
You don't have to hammer it.
But we did, and it was successful.
Your patriotism, your lack of patriotism, Buckley, this is why you can no longer be a part of the show.
That's why.
I mean, this show is, we're making radio great, and we can't
America,
we can't have unpatriotic people. We're kicking you out of this this glorious patriotic studio and sending you to the hellhole that is coin in CW.
That's right.
It's
not a hellhole.
Not a hellhole. It is kind of sad though. In all honesty, this is tough. This is now. I've been doing this show for like 23 years, and I've done it 20 with Rob.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had. I think we started out with Swag's our Billy Martin. Swag has been our producer multiple times. So, because back in the day, when I first started here, there wasn't this was it.
Like, yeah, it was like you and your co-host and Swag, and that was the sports department.
Yeah,
right?
we had 3 people.
Yeah.
And then Furness left, and then it was me, Rob, and Swag. So we would have staff meetings. There was 3 of us. So we had Swag, we've had Dusty, we had the great Bernard Bockenny.
Yeah, I've heard about Bernie.
Yeah, he was he was something. He was a little pitcher Schultzy, but angrier. If
What a
you
combo.
if you could wrap your head around that.
Yeah, a little bit.
And he really liked wrestling.
Ooh.
Yeah, he was one of those. You ever heard that guy that does that wrestling is real to me, damn it?
Yes. Yeah, I've seen
that guy. And like you would think Bernie was doing bits. You know, Schultz, he gets ramped up about like some random thing. And you kind of think maybe it's just, it's for radio or whatever. No, dude, Bernie was serious. Like Bernie ran hot. That Bernie ran into the red. That was like 12,000 RPMs at all times. So, and then we had Bernie, and then we had the great Mike Lynch, and then you. And so I think through I don't think I'm missing anyone, because I think Swag was in there twice.
But that's honestly a pretty short list for 23 years.
Well, I mean, I'd like
There's
to think
some turnover, but that's
some
pretty
turnover.
good.
But in all honesty, I think everyone outside of Bernie, God, that hurts. Bernie got let go during the great layoff period, whatever that was. What was that? You know, the country went through a bit of a...
It was like 03 or something like that.
It was a recession,
like,
right?
Yeah,
things weren't going good. And we had to, like everyone else, we had to do layoffs. So Bernie was the only one that was actually let go. And it wasn't anything he did.
Yeah, they just terminated his position or whatever.
Yeah, we just couldn't, and I think that's where I think that's where they're like, hey, Jason Swigard, we're going to have you do 9 different things, including you're going to go back and produce Primetime. Yeah, but I think he was the only one that was actually let go. And I think everyone else has just moved on to bigger and better things. And that's something that I am very proud of. Anyone that sat over there, we've always tried to do we'll give you as many opportunities as we can to try to help you get, because no one aspires, unfortunately, to be the producer of this dumb dog and pony show.
I think you'd be surprised how many people would aspire to be the producer of this specific show.
No,
but
it's
producing's a young man's game, generally speaking.
Yes. Well, it's again, no one is like, man, my dream is to be on the radio but not really have a show. Just to be show adjacent. That doesn't have, you know what I want? I want to make a lot less money than the hosts and have a lot of responsibility, but also not to get to talk that much. Like, that's not anyone's ideal spot. But it's a stepping stone, right?
Well, and it came with a lot of opportunity, as I mentioned yesterday, too. You gave me a lot of extra opportunity to sit in and host this show with you. I got to host Ducks post game. I got to fill in for other shows, and so it brought me a tremendous amount of opportunity and a dream that I wanted to chase, and I'm grateful for it.
Well, and that's what we try to make it. We try to, and whoever ends up sitting in that seat next, we try to make it where, one, we try to be a fun place to work. We try to make everyone feel, and every single person that has sat in that chair has become part of my family. And I take a lot of, I think I speak for Rob too. Like, there's a general love and admiration there. And it doesn't work if, especially on this show, it doesn't work if that person doesn't get along with kind of the,
there has to be, like, I mean, the three of us never hang out outside of this show,
No.
but there's a chemistry that I think developed over time, and I'm grateful for you and Rob bringing me into that.
Yeah. And then, like I said, we hopefully give some opportunities, and then it's awesome to see you guys kind of go on. And lots of people that have in this chair or that just started here, it's cool to see, Travis Demers go on and be the voice of the Blazers. And, Lynch got an opportunity, and Chad Doing started over here. And, all these different people. And now
and Dusty was in this chair, and he got a show, and now he's managing the brand.
Yeah. Dusty started out as an intern, making like $12 an hour and filling in on that seat. And now, like I said, is our boss. So it really is cool to see all of you guys go on to bigger and better things. And we will have several goodbye moments to Buck, but I mean it. I love you, man. I miss you. I wish Rob was here to say goodbye one more time, but he's dealing with bigger things, trying to get back in the country and try to rescue Molly Tenji's from the
his Taken mission is
the Taken mission, and we hope that somehow he escapes whatever Portland hellhole he's in and returns. But I know I speak for him too, and he's very, very fond of you. So we'll have one last ride here, and then we'll say goodbye. We have Bill Orm coming up, like I said, at 3:30. Try to provide some clarity on what the hell is going on down at Oregon State. You want to talk about a must-win? It's kind of a light slate in the world of college football. And I know at 0-5, there may not be a lot of must-wins. This is the definition of a must-win.
Yeah,
if you're Oregon State.
You mentioned it earlier in the week too. Is this the tarmac situation if it doesn't end up in a win?
So we'll kind of lay that out. And then we'll have Bill at 3:30. Again, no Joey Harrington, but we'll talk MLB playoffs because the no playoffs today, actually, which kind of stinks. But we have the LDSs coming up all this weekend. We got some NFL stuff to get into, so plenty of stuff to kind of chit and or chat about as we bid Buck adieu. But when we come back, we'll kind of lay out what's been going on at Oregon State and kind of give you a little look-see into why we're having Bill Orm on the program. It's Primetime Friday edition with some beautiful sunshine outside right here on 105.1 The Fan. Arse seems a little extreme.
Well, with the vibes that you're repelling people with, maybe that's next. I don't know.
I did have that thought today. I was like, God.
Maybe it's me.
I've
Someone
always-
on the text line said, you're the stinky kid.
I usually smell really good. I take great pride.
I'll admit, you smelled woodsy again today.
Thank you. Well, I take pride in not being the smelly guy. And I don't know, is that like do other big guys also have that fear? Because I think
Absolutely.
right?
Yes. Yeah. I think that when it comes to either body odor or ripping a fart, the big guy always thinks they're going to be the one that gets blamed because they're just maybe more likelihood that the odor comes off of a big person. And so I don't think every big guy does that, but I think the savvy ones are keen to not being that way and maybe go a little further to make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah, because I think that the small guy gets the benefit of the doubt, and that's just unfair because there's plenty of stinky ass people that are small. But there is that notion that the big guy is going to be the smelly guy.
It's a stigma, yeah.
It's a stigma. So I actually take great measures to ensure that I am not the stinky person. In fact, stinky people are kind of one of my how would you say? It's a gripe I have.
Like a pet peeve almost.
It is a pet peeve because if you're stinky, like conditions that you can easily
you can fix that.
Yes. And look, I get it, right? Some people it's easier to stay skinny. It's some people have a hard time gaining weight. Some you can't control whether you're short or bald or whatever.
Right. There's a lot of stuff that's out of your control, but there are products out there that can make that easier for you and everyone else around you.
Yeah, and some people maybe you sweat a little bit more than other. Maybe you have worse gland, but there's really no, unless you have some sort of weird condition that I'm not familiar with, like you just have rotten ass syndrome. It's not hard. Wash your clothes. Wear clean clothes.
I ate ass.
And you can be like, well, I don't have that many clothes. You can't wash them? You can't hand wash them? Like there's no excuse to have clothes that stink.
Yeah.
And if you know you're a heavy sweater, okay, well there's deodorant, right? You can spritz on some cologne.
You can double up on hygiene, morning and night showers, whatever it may be.
I mean, I like I said, I pack all my stuff. I usually come from
Your gym.
From a gym.
Yeah.
And so sometimes your gym bag can be like a little funky. I carry, if you open my gym bag, there's Febreze that I carry in there.
Sometimes you can get those little little pucks or balls in there that just
I just put dryer sheets.
Yeah, there you go.
I just put dryer sheets in all the compartments of my bag so that my bag isn't stinky. Before I come in, you got to do a little double check. If it's a sweaty day, I even do this. Sometimes if it's a sweaty day, I pack like an extra shirt.
Sure.
Because sometimes, like when you get done working out and you take a shower, your shower doesn't take. And you can start sweating. And so I get to the office and I'm like, oh, my shirt is sweated. Yeah, I've sweated through.
And now I'm not going to sit here next to my coworker in that, but there are some people that don't have that foresight or that planning.
Yeah. So that's why I do have a little bit of a pet peeve when it comes to stinky bastards. Because if you're a stinky bastard, I don't care if it's just you. If you want to lay around, because weekend funk.
Oh my gosh, I'm a filthy bastard.
Can we admit sometimes like your own brand on a weekend is wonderful? Like where like you have it, like you got the wife's out of town and you have like a nice, maybe you did some yard work and then you fell asleep and you took a nap and you've got like activity sweat meets napping sweat.
See, even that I don't enjoy. As soon as I can start to smell myself, it's time to get rid of that.
I don't mind. It's like sometimes you stink, but you kind of enjoy it. You're like, yeah, but no one else is around.
Right. And so it's no problem. It's just, that's a you thing.
But the moment you have to go out and be with other people, your stinkiness is no longer an isolated issue. Your stinkiness has now become a societal problem. We're on this journey together. Mm-hmm. And therefore,
we all have to coexist.
I have no tolerance for stinky bastards because you stink.
That's the thing, though, is I'm not always sure they do. I think that sometimes the people that are stinky don't have the awareness that they are stinky, and maybe there aren't people in their life that have told them. I think sometimes like people just haven't been honest with them. Like, hey, man, you really like your breath or your pits or whatever. So I think that there's a lack of awareness that leads to some of that.
I don't believe it. You're telling me that stinky sons of bitches don't know that they're stinky sons of bitches?
Well, so the alternative is that they know they're stinky sons of bitches and they're fine with it, which seems even harder to believe.
Yeah, I just don't believe that you don't know that there's I know when I stink. I'll smell myself.
Yeah.
And immediately the moment I'm like, ooh, that's ripe, I immediately address it. It's not that hard.
Shouldn't be.
No. And so that is the one condition that I don't give people. Now, if you're the little kid, like in school, if you're the sneaky kid, I kind of feel bad because that's a parental thing.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you right now, if you're a parent out there, your number one job,
Keep that kid clean.
don't be the stinky kid. As they get older, your number one job is to keep your daughter off the pole. But when they're young, you don't have to worry about that. So your number one job is don't be the stinky kid. Like there's no, because there's stinky one in every class, and that means that the parent is not doing their job. Because when you're like 5, 6, 7, 8, your kid doesn't know.
Of course not. Yeah.
So it is your job to ensure that your little man.
Yeah, instill good habits, and then also make sure they're not going out the door smelling like pig pen.
Yeah, and that's all I ask. That's all I ask in the world. So no, it is not. It is not my funk. I can assure you of that. But it is a little disconcerting when you look around and be like, oh my God.
Well, I'm sure you get this when you smell that somebody else has ripped one on an airplane, and then you catch like 6 people looking at you, and it's like, no.
Although, look, it's all been,
Everyone's had to let one out from time to time, but it's the big dude that always gets blamed for the stink.
So Bill Orm coming up here in just a few minutes, Oregonian columnist. He wrote about the situation going down at Oregon State. If you haven't been following along, first off, I mean, like, how do we best lay this out? This is about as bad a run as you could conceivably have for Oregon State. So going back 2 years, the demise of the Pac-12.
Yep.
You're left behind.
Yep.
So last year you have no conference. And the idea is that maybe you could put together a really nice run and kind of show people, hey, we shouldn't have been left behind. Jonathan Smith leaves, you get Trent Bray to stay, and there's some optimism, and we've got some talent.
And the schedule looks reasonable.
And the season is an unmitigated disaster. I mean, you just look at it, and it started off pretty well.
Remember? Special teams, joke.
Well, you beat Purdue last year, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. And then it culminates in just like the worst possible circumstances. I mean, my God, you got shut out at Air Force. And so you're like, oh boy, not good.
You got 6 or 7 sacks all season?
Yes. And so we go into this season, and it's a big, important year. And again, you look at the schedule and you say, hey, we got a couple tough games in there, but again, some optimism, and people are looking at it and thought maybe this is an 8-9 win team. And, is there an outside shot? I mean, a lot of optimism, right? And you go out and get Malik Murphy, and, and you go out in that first game against Cal, your favorite against Cal, your favorite at home against an ACC team.
Yep.
And no.
And then even when things look like they're as bad as they could be, you suddenly find yourself up 2 touchdowns against Houston at home in a night game that you should close to get your first win of the season.
And gack it away.
And you gack that one too.
And now you got your head coach out there dropping F-bombs. We got people calling for people's jobs. All hell's breaking loose. You're 0-5.
You've gotten the dreaded vote of confidence from the AD. You've had to defend the coaches on your staff, saying we can't fire them. It'd be too much of a disruption, even though everyone says you really should fire them.
And then a piece from Sportico comes out, and it's basically talking about Oregon State's NIL and how they've now basically third-partied. They farmed out their NIL to this Blueprint company, which they don't sound like the only one. But
yeah, I think there's 5 teams that use Blueprint in some capacity. What I'm not clear on is if they all had the same crappy deal that Oregon State got.
And so the deal comes out, and it looks like nightmare fuel on paper.
Looks like you're giving away about half of your incoming dollars to the company working on the administration of it.
And Oregon State comes out and says, well, that's not reporting, that the reporting to that isn't accurate. And then the author of the piece goes, well, here's the contract. I've got it.
Yeah, it was an official public records request because they're a public institution.
Holds it up, and it's like, well, this looks like exactly what was reported. And you're like, oh my God. And then the assistant AD now has to go out and give some interviews. And he again says that this isn't true. And he starts laying out some of his own details, which at this point, I don't know what to believe, but he's telling a different story than what Sportico is reporting. And now, like an hour ago, the GM, Kyle Bjornstrand, who started Damnation, which was the original Oregon State NIL collective.
Before you could bring it
in-house. He sold the damn collective to Blueprint. He becomes the Oregon State general manager. He just turned in his keys and quit.
Yep.
Like an hour ago.
Yep.
Have I missed it? Have I missed anything? Oh, and by the way, you're on the road at Appalachian State, and by the way, you're an underdog. fighting to try not to be 0-6.
Oh, there were those reports that they didn't have all the NIL money that they said they were going to have, and that kids were going to have to be either giving back or not getting money because they paid too much for Malik Murphy.
Yes, there are reports out there that we've been told, this is confirmed at least by parents of kids,
Right,
that kids were basically told, you come here, that now money wasn't taken away out of their pockets. It was the idea of, if you come here, you're getting X. They get there and they're like, we don't have that money for you. The idea is that maybe it went to other places like Malik Murphy. So it's just, this is not going well for Oregon State. So how do we sift through this? Bill Oram of the Oregonian joins us next to try to make some semblance of what the hell is going on down in Corvallis and where do they go from here. Bill, coming up next here on Primetime.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Big's Chicken. Try their smoked and fried wings, tossed with a perfect dry rub and served with a killer trio of sauces. Menus at bigschicken.com. First on the Fan, no playoff baseball today, but the Mariners start their quest to win a World Series tomorrow at T-Mobile Park. The M's, the nightcap of the 4 divisional games Saturday. It's a 5:38 first pitch on FS1 when they open things up against the Tigers. George Kirby will get the start for Game 1 for Seattle. The Tigers starter still yet to be announced. No Ducks game this weekend. The number 2 team in the nation on a bye before they host number 8 Indiana at Autzen Stadium next week. Indiana also on a bye this week. The Seahawks are back in action Sunday, hosting Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. It's a 105 kick from Lumen Field with our coverage here on the Fan. Starting at 11 a.m., the Hawks are favored by 3.5. Lamar Jackson's been ruled out this week for the Ravens with a hamstring injury. It'll be Cooper Rush starting for Baltimore at home against the Texans. And across the pond in London, J.J. McCarthy still unable to go for Minnesota with his ankle injury. So it'll be Carson Wentz behind a banged-up Minnesota line again when they take on the Browns, and Dylan Gabriel making his NFL debut this weekend. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the Fan Happy Hour with Luke Anderson. Weekdays 2 to 3. The Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all pajamas for the family. Yep, get 50% off all pajamas for the family. Our matching holiday PJs go quick, so hurry in this Saturday and Sunday, only at Old Navy. Valid 10-4-5, excludes ONX Disney, clearance, maternity, and licensed.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Dive into the Marvel Universe on the official Marvel Podcast with the stars of the MCU.
Everybody's going to be talking about whether we're casting for this character.
The creators of Marvel Comics.
Spider-Man is the greatest fictional character in history.
And Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige.
But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast,
giving you exclusive access to Marvel's adventures like never before. The official Marvel Podcast. New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
We're with Ken and Donnie from the Advocates.
Whether it's something big or a small injury, the first thing that insurance companies do are pretend to be really nice and then offer you a few pennies to get you to go away.
That's the diminished part, when they're just coming out really quick with this might be attractive number to some people, but the idea is, like, let's get this over with before you even understand what's happened to you.
Defense will ask for a continuance every single time. And that's the delay part. They're just trying to drag this out until the person or the law firm caves.
You need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Advocateslaw.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from
980 AM.
Well, as we just laid out, and it takes a while to lay it all out, it's been a bit of a rough go lately for Oregon State. And I don't know where they go from here, but here's a guy that has been covering them and was talking to both the assistant AD who's coming out and trying to speak on behalf of Oregon State and the CEO of Blueprint Sports, which now has come under the gun. So maybe he can make some sense of this. The Oregonian's Bill Oram joins us. Bill, how's it going?
I can safely say that I'm more in the weeds with Blueprint, a company I'd never heard of, than I ever would have imagined. But
Right?
I'm doing pretty good.
I mean, this whole thing, like, I honestly, if you go back 2 years, I mean, Jonathan Smith had some real momentum going at Oregon State. And then all of a sudden, the Pac-12 dies. Oregon State, to the day it died, was telling everyone that would listen, and maybe some people that shouldn't have been listening but wanted to be in tight with them. Oh, no, everything's fine. That dies. Smith leaves. And since then, it's just been one catastrophe after another. You're 0-5. And then this piece drops. People are canceling donate. Like, where do we... it feels like Oregon State's at the seventh concentric circle of hell right now.
Yeah, and it's so... I mean, it's really sad just because the reason that you mentioned that this program was on such an upward trajectory. Jonathan Smith was obviously winning, was recruiting really well. Remember, they got DJ Uiagalelei right before kind of everything fell apart, and it was like, man, that's the biggest recruit Oregon State has ever gotten. You're talking about a former 5-star quarterback who, theoretically had options of been starting on a national title contender, and he chose Oregon State with Jonathan Smith. That was a huge validation of the direction of the program. And where they are now is just, the polar opposite of that. And I think the reason that this current story with Blueprint, and especially as it was reported in Sportico, has struck such a nerve with Beaver fans is it just feels like another log on the fire. It's like, when does it stop? When does it get better? When do the hits stop coming? And, I think that there's a lot of nuance on this that Beaver fans, need to know and hopefully have been able to figure out and pick up on through some of, my reporting and the work of some others as well. But, the reality is that, Beaver fans want good news, and there just hasn't been any of it over the last 2 years. I mean, very, very infrequently can you say it was a great day to be a Beaver, which is obviously a big catchphrase down there. But it hasn't been very true recently.
So try to walk me through this. So the piece comes out in Sportico, and at face value, it seems like this is a deal basically farming out your NIL collective to this Blueprint company, and the details of it look horrific. Oregon State comes out and says, no, those details are wrong. The Sportico guy goes, well, I have the contracts. Here they are. And then Oregon State comes out and says again, no, that's incorrect. Here are the actual details. What are the details of this? Is this a one-off deal? Is this standard for other teams around the country? You sense you went in the weeds. Please take me in the weeds with you because I'm very confused.
It's not standard. It's not the industry standard at this point. The revenue share model is new. And I would also say that's because it's all new. This is the first year when NIL really just represents above the cap spending on player income. I would remind everyone that the majority of player compensation is not coming from NIL anymore. The bulk of it is coming through the budgeted house settlement revenue sharing. Yeah. And we don't know the number from Oregon State. They haven't shared that publicly. But, let's say it's $10 million or $8 million. That's what they're distributing to all their athletes. And then whatever Blueprint is able to raise is on top of that. So it's not like, the majority of money going to Oregon State athletes is getting cut in half. And I think the other piece of this is, and I misunderstood this initially too, and so if I'm misunderstanding it, I'm sure others are, which is, that up until $750,000, there's no penalty whatsoever. Penalty is the wrong word. There's no fee whatsoever. The first $750,000 that Blueprint raises is going to Oregon State athletes untouched. And, I'm sure there's some nuance around this as well, but Blueprint CEO Rob Sine told me today that represents, 3x what the collective was doing in any previous year. And that was sort of why they made it the target. They believed that they could triple what the collective was able to raise over the course of a year. And so, I think that is helpful. I also think that, hey, when you see it on paper that it is a contract that is going to cost, if you and I are making a deal and in any piece of the deal I'm losing 75% of the revenue, that does not feel like a good deal.
Yeah.
And one thing that Blueprint CEO told me was that in their previous deals, they'd always done it as a straight fee of, I think he said 20%. But imagine now that 20%. So if you do no fee up to $750 to give Oregon State a baseline for their athletes, where it's a guarantee that they will deliver at least $750,000, and if they don't, then they're going to make up the delta. They then are going to get kind of back pay on the fee. Is sort of how it's designed. If that makes sense, and it's so complicated. I spent a lot of time on the phone with folks, but I think that where I kind of landed on this is that this does not. This is not striking me as the egregious deal that a lot of Beaver fans have taken it as. You're talking about people canceling memberships.
Yeah.
Memberships are untouched by this. They do not participate. The membership revenue is not part of the revenue share, as it was explained to me. Same with individual NIL deals that Blueprint negotiates for athletes. So if they come to me, or if I am a business owner in Corvallis, and I say, hey, I really want to give Anthony Hankerson $50,000 to represent my business, Blueprint will negotiate a deal for me, and that will count toward their $750, but it doesn't contribute to the revenue share. So it's siloed from the revenue share. So it's not like Blueprint takes $25,000 of the $50,000 I want to give to Anthony Hankerson.
Yeah.
Like if I want to give Anthony Hankerson $50,000, he gets $50,000.
So I heard that today, and that was a bit of a relief. Now I will ask, do we know that, or is that just what we're being told?
So I think that's a great question. I think it's completely fair, especially when, I think it's appropriate to, demand clarity on this. And one thing that I guess what I would say is that the two sides of this deal, even though they are in business together, the Beavers and Blueprint, if one side was getting screwed, they would want to say they are getting screwed. And they both are in agreement that this is what the contract represents. Rob Stein did tell me that he has kind of learned and realized that he needs to write these contracts probably better and more clearly for a general audience, which is probably true, but also, it should be represented on the page. And I think that that's something that they might be revisiting. But certainly both sides are in agreement that what is meant to go to the player is going to go to the player.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those things. If I'm a fan, and this is what when I was listening to the deputy AD, was it Brent Blaylock, right? When I was listening to him, there was part of me that says, if I'm a fan and I was writing a check for $10,000, and I see in writing, and this Sportico had it in writing, and it appears one way, and then someone at Oregon State who's under a lot of heat right now, and people are calling for their head, says, no, that's what it says, but this is really what it means. I want, if I'm an Oregon State fan, I want someone to prove to me, because honestly, right now, I don't feel like Oregon State has a lot of credibility.
I think that's fair. I think that's completely fair. And I'm still surprised that Oregon State hasn't come out and said anything really on their own platforms. I mean, Brent Blaylock was very helpful to me. He talked me through it. We were on the phone for over an hour.
Yeah. Feels like he's doing the damage control.
Sure. And he's also the head of NIL at Oregon State.
Yeah.
So he's the one who was point on this deal. He's the one with experience in this space. I mean, in as much as anybody has experience, given how new it is. But I do think that there is really, I think that a lot of the confusion was optics of what 50% and 75% represents.
Sure.
And I think once you understand that the fee is only implemented once they raise the $750, and by the way, like, I would make an argument that raising $750,000 in NIL at Oregon State University in 2025 is no gimme.
Yeah.
Like, the Beavers are kind of a hard sell right now.
Yeah.
You're talking about an 0-5 football team. So, I know Sportico used the example of what it would look like if it was $3 million raised.
Yeah.
Obviously there's, you can do the math up to whatever. I did it at $10 million, and it looks brutal for the Beavers.
Yeah.
I suspect that the reality is that this is going to be a lot closer to the $750K than it is to the $3 million. And that's also because there are a lot of other ways to get money to athletes short of the way that this is designed. And a lot of that does go through what they call the fund for athletic excellence or the athletic fund for Beaver excellence, the excellence fund at Oregon State. That is probably the best way. If you want to contribute your money to the Beavers, and I mean, far be it from me to, give anyone financial advice, but it seems to me that either a membership through Damnation or a contribution to the excellence fund, which goes to that revenue sharing pot, seems like the clearest way to do it. And I did think it was helpful. Rob Stein did describe kind of how they plan on raising money. It's not fundraising in the traditional sense. They are talking about, events, holding meet and greets or bowl-a-thons or, watch a movie on the field at Goff Stadium with the baseball team. Stuff like that they would sell tickets to, and then that goes to the pot.
Experiences. You're not just donating. You're getting something. It's a charity auction sort of thing. Yeah, I'm donating, but I'm getting an autograph, whatever. Something back in return. I think for Oregon State, this is looking better. The one thing I'll say, and I don't know if you agree with this, their messaging is so piss poor, it's unbelievable. Like, I've heard from so many Beaver fans, and if this is being unfairly dumped in Oregon State's lap, the last thing I want to do is pile on. But it does feel like they have a real issue right now in PR, and they've, at the bare minimum, they have got to do a better job of getting their messaging out.
I mean, I completely agree, and I've obviously been pretty hard on Oregon State since the death of the Pac-12.
Yeah.
Recognizing that there's been a lot that's happened that hasn't been within their control, but then I think subsequently there's been a lot that has been within their control, where they haven't been creative or opportunistic or clear in their messaging. I think is true. I took a lot of heat a couple of years ago when I said Oregon State should make their spring game more of an event, and not everybody's going to have the turnout that Oregon does, but, Oregon State, you only have so many opportunities that you can bring thousands and thousands of alumni to campus. Take advantage of it to really sell your product. And I think that's an area that they can still improve in. And I think that their messaging on this, could improve as well. Because clearly, and it's hard to know what percentage of the fan base Twitter and the message boards truly represent.
Right. Yeah. It's the silent majority versus the vocal minority.
But the people are angry, and you are in a place right now where you need your fan base, you need your supporters, you need your boosters, you need your people buying merch more than ever. And if you've seen the last few Oregon State games, Reser has not been full. Like, it has been far from full. And this is just another thing that I think it turns people off from the current state of things at OSU. So, hopefully, I do think that there's been some unfair reaction to this, given kind of my dive into it. But again, I think it's really more of a symbol of just how bad things are down there overall, where everything feels like a death knell.
Yeah. And I do, I feel bad. I do not want to report bad things. I want to report good things. It's just, give me something good to report. My God, you're underdogs on the road against Appalachian State. Real quick, I know we got to cut you loose, but you mentioned that you spent a lot of time talking to Rob Stein. So Oregon State did this. How many other schools does Blueprint have? What type of schools? And do we know that these deals are somewhat similar? Because this kind of feels like some of the schools that I've heard mentioned, this is more of a smaller school struggling to raise NIL. This doesn't feel like Texas, Oregon, and Ohio State are signing up for this.
No, and also because Texas, Oregon, and Ohio State have the funds to really stand this up internally.
Yeah.
And I think one thing that to answer your question, Rob told me they have 11 schools right now that, are of varying sizes. Sounds like that they have some small schools that have kind of been in and out. Maryland has a deal that is similar, not the same. We haven't seen those terms, so I can't tell you if it's the exact same, fee structure or not. But he claims that they are in conversations with Arkansas and Penn State. Which, are certainly in different positions. I mean, especially Penn State in a different position than Oregon State. And I would just add that one thing you have to remember about Oregon State is this is a really struggling athletic department that has, a huge financial cliff ahead of it. They're living off the Pac-12 settlement money right now. The financial future at Oregon State is really uncertain. And so while this deal may feel like they're giving up a lot of money, there is something to be said, I think, if I'm understanding things correctly, where, if they put, $300,000 into starting, you're bringing the collective in-house and running it in-house, but then you don't have the guarantee of the 750, this actually might end up being a better way to operate while there's so much uncertainty and so little assurance of funding. That all Oregon State has to put into its NIL operation for the next 3 years is this, roughly $280,000 per year, and the rest of it sort of takes care of itself. That feels like a fairly low buy-in price if you're the Beavers, and there's so much uncertainty with what your budget's going to look like in years to come.
Well, really appreciate you taking the time to try to get some clarity and that you had to do those deep dives, because some of the stuff has just made my absolute head spin, and I just want to see. It's not fair what happened to Oregon State, so I'm pulling for him, and I just hope that there's some good news on the horizon. But appreciate you, Bill, taking some time for us. You can find him at Bill Orm. You can find his stuff on Oregon Live. Oregonian does a great job writing, being one of the columnists over there. So really appreciate you taking some time for us, Bill.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. We went long there, but I thought it was good stuff. When we come back, we'll kind of wrap that up, and then we move into our number dose here on 105.1 The Fan.
The Oregon State Beavers are on the ropes.
The sixth horrendous, disastrous special team snap for Oregon State today.
Will the Beavs go down swinging?
I don't know how you turn that around outside of making major, massive change.
How will OSU get back to being giant killers?
All right, we're up against it. We went long with Bill Orm over the Oregonian.
Well
but
worth it, though,
I thought it was good stuff, and we'll try to sort through this and give you some clarity. But we're up against it, so we'll probably carry this over into the 4 o'clock hour, where we'll try to lay out kind of what was originally reported and now what seems to be the general consensus about what this deal actually was. But I wanted to ask that question because basically their head of the NIL, their associate athletic director, who's the guy that's over this Blaylock guy, he was making the rounds today, and I'm not here to criticize anyone. You get an interview, great, but there was zero pushback whatsoever, which is why I wanted to ask the question. In writing, it says one thing. Sportico has the contract in writing, and it says one thing. And then Oregon State is saying, well, that's not true. And the Blueprint people are saying, well, that's not right. Yes, it says this, but this is what it really means. And I do think it's fair to ask the question, then why doesn't it say that?
Right.
And
well, that was your question, which I thought was a fair one. So is that actually how it is, or just what they're telling us how it is?
I don't want to be all Joe Rogan-y and conspiracy theorist guy, but I do find it interesting that this comes to light and a school and a company, by the way, get raked over the coals, and immediately they're like, whoa.
It's not as bad as you guys think.
And to Bill's point, he's saying, yes, both sides are now saying the same thing. But I asked the question, if both sides are getting raked over the coals and Blueprint looks like a clown of an organization that why would anyone sign with it, and Oregon State looks like a fool for signing, I just think it's a fair question to ask someone.
It would behoove them to say, no, it's not as both of them to say it's not what you think it is.
And so I'll take it at face value and say that the deal isn't as bad as originally reported, but I would like to, if I'm an Oregon State fan and I'm putting my money in there, I would like some definitive answers.
What does the contract actually say?
Yes, because I think there is, I think there's a lot of Oregon State fans that are very frustrated right now for a lot of different reasons. And I think one of the reasons why they're frustrated is seemingly a lack of communication.
Yep.
I've heard that from countless people. I've heard it from reporters. I've heard it from people that have worked inside that athletic department. I've heard it from fans, ones that donate and not. They feel like there is no clear messaging. So I do appreciate now that Oregon State and the guy that's over their NIL is out there now trying to kind of clarify this situation. But I think you have to do better than take my word for it. I don't think that works at this point.
Especially when the only official documentation we've seen says otherwise.
Yes.
So,
and I also think it's not a great look that 2 days after this story hits, your general manager that once ran your collective
and then brought it in-house and then farmed it out,
quit.
Yeah.
And again, I'm sure more will come out about why he stepped away, but it's just not good right now at Oregon State.
Yeah, even if it's better than what the public sees it as or what we saw in those documents, there's still some stink around.
Yes. And I want nothing but good for Oregon State.
Yeah.
They don't deserve this.
No.
What happened to Oregon State sucked. But I thought Bill made a really good point. What happened to them is very unfair and it stinks. The way they've handled it, colossal mistakes across the board. And it just feels like everything is just, like you said, it's just another log on the fire. And at some point, we got to start getting some positive momentum if I'm associated with that school. So a little more clarity when we come back, and then we'll move on from this, and we'll actually talk about some sports that are happening this weekend, including a couple big ones up in Seattle. That when we come back here on The Fan.
Primetime with Isaac and Souk.
12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. Screen's broke. I turn and look. There's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat?
Isaac Robb.
Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. We need more dogs.
Jason Sukanik.
Try to let it out the front door. Meow, meow. Cat's still going crazy in there.
This is Primetime on the Fan Sports Network.
We don't need a bunch of cats in here. Meow, looking in the mirror. Be a dog.
105.1 and 1080.
We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
The Fan.
Welcome in, 1 hour down, 3 to go on a goodbye edition of Primetime. Ryan Buckley will be no more after this. He'll be dead to us. He'll be over there behind the camera at Coin and the CW doing God knows what with Adam Bjornson. Maybe Adam Bjornson can get you to go drinking with him, because I certainly can't.
That's still on my to-do list. I need to play golf with Rop and have a night on the town with you.
Just saying, 3.5 years. Haven't been able to get you out drinking once with me.
All right. Well, actually, there was one time, and I spilled half a beer, and then I left. You remember that? It was a Stanley Cup game at Jerry's. I popped over there for one beer, drank half of it, spilled the rest, and then I said, okay, I got to go.
Ryan Buckley. That just means the wife was texting you. Said, get your ass home. We were talking a lot of Oregon State in hour one. Normally, I would have led with like what ended up probably being the Thursday night game of the year. Like when we walked into that,
dude, that was wild.
I mean, we were talking last night that the Yankees Red Sox was going to do a monster number, and I haven't seen that one. But they said that the game 2 was the highest rated wild card game that we've seen in like 4 or 5 years. I think it averaged like 6.5 million people, and I think it peaked at like 9 and some change. So it was going to do a big number. And we were kind of laughing because that Thursday night game between San Francisco and the Rams was kind of a dud. Like, you know, everyone kind of looked at it and was like, whatever. That spread came out at like 4.5. It got bet up to like 8.5. Like no one thought anything of that. And we were kind of laughing because we looked at the average Thursday night rating. It's like 15 million.
Right.
We're like, no matter how good that Red Sox-Yankee game was, and, you know, it turned out we got a masterful pitching performance from a guy that no one's ever heard of before, some rookie that you have to be real careful when you say his name.
Boy, that's a rough one.
Is it
Schlittler?
Schlittler.
Cam Schlittler.
You got to be careful with that Schlittler.
Uh-huh.
Like Schlitz malt liquor, the old Schlitzler.
The Giants had a bullpen pitcher for a short time. His name was Josh Osich. Yeah. And boy, our play-by-play guy, Dwayne Kuiper, dropped a couple OSs without fail every time he came in.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the old the Schlittler over there. So
the Schlittler can shove, though. That guy was good.
They said it was a historic performance. We had never seen a pitcher in the postseason. I go 8 innings, no walks, 12 strikeouts.
No walks, no runs, 12
no walks,
strikeouts.
no runs, no strikeouts.
Yeah. I mean, masterful.
Strikeouts.
Masterful.
Yeah, for a rookie.
Yep.
Freaking nuts.
A rookie who grew up in Boston. He had a lot to say about that too.
Oh yeah. That being said, the Rams and the Niners were like, yeah, by the way, F you, Mac Jones, bitches.
Look at McCorkle go.
Look, I don't know what to make of the San Francisco 49ers.
I don't either, and it did feel like the Rams gave them a lot of help last night.
Sure. Absolutely the Rams gave them, I mean, a lot. We can go down the list of ways. From 2 turnovers to questionable 4th down calls. I mean, the whole thing was one of those just kind of head scratchers. Like every time you think, because some of us here picked the Rams to go to the Super Bowl, and I did. I said I believe my quote was, if Matthew Stafford plays 14 games, the Rams go to the Super Bowl, and I felt pretty good about that. And the Rams, for the most part, look like a Super Bowl team until you see them in a game against the JV squad.
Yeah.
4 of 10 on 3rd downs, 2 turnovers, run game completely disappears. Your defense, which has been a top 5 defense all year, decides just to not show up.
Getting gashed by McCorkle Jones.
You miss a field goal. You get an extra point blocked. By the way, your kicking game has been a disaster. It's now cost you 2 games. The 49ers ran 19 more plays than them, and they had the ball for 13 more minutes. And yet the Rams still should have won the game.
Yes, they should have. They fumbled it on the 1 going in for what would have been the winning score. They gacked it on 4th and 1 in overtime when they could have just kicked for a tie, but they're like, no, we're going to go win this. And then they bunched heavy, and they just plowed forward to no avail. It was wild.
That was, and I don't want to get into, like, I try not to get into the whole recency bias. That is the gutsiest win I've ever seen from a team.
They were without their top 4 options in the pass game. Their top 3 receivers and tight end.
He was great.
Leading receivers were Kendrick Bourne, who, by the way, they just signed off the streets 2 weeks ago.
Milwaukee native, Milwaukee Mustang great, Kendrick Bourne.
That's right.
Hello.
Kendrick Bourne, Jake Tungus, your leading receivers, and then Christian McCaffrey with 8 catches too. But
I heard someone put this. Imagine, we've come to expect this from the Niners because they're just always hurt. But someone said, imagine if that game was played with a full complement of the 49ers, right? So they get their receivers back, they get Bosa, and the Rams had won that game with no Matthew Stafford, with no Puka Nacua, with no Adams, with no Atwell, and no Jared Verse. And then, by the way, some others that are injured as well. But that, and then they win. That doesn't happen.
And no starting tight end, whoever that is.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, the whole thing is just, it's silly. That game should not happen. McCorkle Jones against one of the best defenses in the NFL. And by the way, they bent him in half.
Yeah, he was the walking wounded by the end of that night.
Dude, they hit him, 12 times?
Well, he threw the ball 49 times.
33 of, because we thought going into that game, dude, get ready, Christian McCaffrey. You're carrying the ball 49 times.
And he did carry it 22 times and caught it 8 more. So we got 30 touches out of McCaffrey, but still.
33 of 49 for 342 and 2 tutties. And by the way, had to get basically carried off the field at the end.
Yeah.
They didn't go for 2 because they didn't think that Mac Jones was potentially healthy. We don't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
That is as gutsy a performance as I've ever seen. And yes, the Rams cost themselves that game in more ways than we can count. I mean, you want to talk about shooting yourself in the foot.
Boy.
Although, to be fair to Kyren Williams, he got punched in the head. He got punched in the head. Which, by the way, am I the only one that thinks that, at some point, because the peanut punch is having a moment right now.
Yeah.
This is the new thing.
You've seen it more in the college game.
Yeah, dude, everyone's punching to the ball. There's no more ripping to the ball, dude. We're straight throwing Hagler Hearns hooks.
Yep.
But Alfred Collins, who's like a 330-pound, he wears a size 18 shoe.
He's a big boy.
He is. If you ever want to see what a modern day dinosaur looks like, just go look at NFL defensive tackles. Dude, that man he wears a size 18 shoe.
6'5", 332 listed.
Which means he's 350. And he's got a hand that's probably the size of a cinder block. My dude comes in there, by the way, great play. And that wasn't a peanut punch. No, dude.
That was like a flying Street Fighter punch or something.
That dude elevates and throws it, hits Williams in the head, and then comes through and punches the ball out. Now, yes, you got to hold on to the football, but
you also aren't supposed to be able to punch guys in the head.
No. And I don't know if they'll ever call that, but I do feel like the NFL, that all this safety stuff, and I get intent, but if I unintentionally hit the quarterback, it's still a penalty.
Yeah.
And last time I checked, you should not be able to throw giant cinder block haymakers at running backs.
It seemed like the ref missed a couple of those last night because they missed that one. And also there was a play that Stafford got hit in the head that they didn't call anything on. They ended up calling I think a defensive hold or something, but it should have been 15, not 5 with the automatic first. The refs also missed the 49ers fumble a kickoff that they blew dead too early. So they had a little bit of everything.
It just, that game was nuts.
It was.
And the Rams had, after as well as the Niners played, I kind of sat there and was like, man, it was a hell of an effort, but, the Rams are just too good. And then it goes away. And it ends perfectly with Sean McVay, who's one of the best play callers in the NFL.
Yeah, what was that?
I don't know. So you go through this whole, it's 4th and 1.
Uh-huh.
And
by the way, you can tie the game with a field goal.
Now, to be fair, I even thought about this. I mean, their kicking woes, I'm not saying it's Oregon State kicking woes.
But it's close. Because a couple weeks ago they got 2 blocked, and then now they had another blocked here, and they missed another.
They got an extra point blocked by getting it blown up the middle. I think it was Collins, by the way.
I think it was.
Who blocked that one. Turns out 350 pounds, you can't stop. And then they missed one. So I get the hesitation of being like, all right, it's 4th and 1. But after all that rigmarole and trying to draw them off sides, timeout, you come back out. Your play is to run behind 2 receivers, a backup tight end, and a backup right tackle. And by the way, Kyren Williams, you want to talk about lollygagging up to the line. I don't know if that was he's, because he's had 7 fumbles in his last 9 games.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about tentative running.
There wasn't a lot of commitment to that one.
Well, first off, not a great idea to leave the guy, like when you're running off tackle, not a great idea to leave the guy on the end of the line unblocked. Let me start there. Not a great idea to get the interior of the line blown up because, again, you're running behind two receivers. And by the way, Sean McVay even said after the game that was a horse-esque call by me.
Then why'd you do it, Sean?
At least he owned it.
Yeah, for sure. Because that was the thing is, and you're more of the X's and O's guys than I am, but I was stunned from the standpoint of the 49ers defense is banged up too. They already didn't have Bosa. They had lost another defensive lineman during the game, and I think a defensive back as well. I thought the best or the way to stress that defense most would be to try to spread the offense out and force them to guard multiple options. Instead, you put everyone tight and you ran into a weird spot.
I will tell you right now, one of the most perplexing things to me in the NFL, unless you're going to tush push or kind of like a full on we're just fullback diving. I will never understand these condensed formations and then running off tackle. It makes no sense. All you're doing is creating a logjam of colossal proportions.
And I know it's a long game, but 4th and 1 in overtime is supposed to be your best damn play that you have.
And you ran behind again, backup right tackle, backup tight end, 2 receivers. If you're doing that, go heavy.
Yes, because it was like a heavy formation, but you didn't use heavy personnel.
And then you ran some little motion down with I think it was Puka Nacua. You ran some motion down with your wide receiver and then have him as your lead back. I mean, honestly, from an X's and O's, I was stunned. And I don't know if some of that was a blown assignment because, again, you left the guy on the line of scrimmage unaccounted for. And then I know Williams ended up blowing up the play, but you also left the safety who was 1 yard off the ball.
Who helped finish off the stand-up.
I mean, you had 2 basic free defenders at the point of attack on a 4th and 1. Like, that isn't good ball. And so when McVay said that that's a horse crap call, he was right. That was a horse crap call. So you now have the Niners sitting at 4 and 1 somehow. I'm stunned. If they start getting guys back, maybe this is just the Niners have officially sold their soul and they're going to win the Super Bowl. The Rams, on the other hand, are 2-2 and should be they're 3-2 and should be 5-0 because they now have blown. I mean blown games against the Niners and the Eagles that they had no business losing. So as much as I like the Rams, I don't know if I can trust the Rams anymore at this point.
I think I saw going into that game, the Rams were just above even money to win the division. They were like plus 115, and the Niners were like plus 250 or 225, something like that. After the game, it's Niners even money, Rams plus 185. I mean, they're falling off.
And when we come back, I will tell you why Mac Jones is the best backup quarterback in the NFL. And it's not just because of the performance that he had out there. Well, the suit's one thing. Off the field, Mac Jones was just as good after the game as he was on. We'll talk about that when we come back. The Fan.
Dirt and Sprague. Dirt and
This is on the text line. F the Rams. I picked up their defense for my fantasy team thinking it was a guaranteed 15 points. Since the 49ers were rolling out in and out cashiers, instead I got negative 2 points.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Well, and that's honestly that's why the NFL is king. I mean, yes, you can get stinky games. I mean, the 2 Monday night games were abominations. Like you can get bad stuff, but Rams and 49ers on paper should be fantastic. But when you look at what the 49ers have, that shouldn't have been a contest. And it was. And it turned out to not just be a blowout one way or another. It ended up just being a great game. And I do give Shanahan his flowers. This idea that next man up, that doesn't happen in the NFL.
No.
I mean, injuries, we talked about this over the course of the week. Injuries are the one thing that you just can't predict in the NFL. And they will derail a season. We mentioned the Lions last year. The Lions were the best team in the NFL.
Just too banged up.
Yeah, but at the end of the year, there just wasn't anyone left on that defense.
22 guys on IR or something?
Yeah. The Cincinnati Bengals were 2-0, and we're looking like, hey, maybe this could be a real contending team. No, you're not. And by the way, that's just one injury. I mean, what's happening with the Texans, what's happening with the Buccaneers, you just can't overcome these things. So honestly, what San Francisco is doing right now,
super impressive.
It may be by no means are the 49ers the best team in the NFL. The 49ers aren't one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the NFL.
But they're 4-1 without a lot of their big personnel.
It is the most impressive team so far in the NFL. And not as impressive as they're the best or they're going anywhere. Look, there is a ceiling to where this team's going. If this is your injury squad, even with everyone healthy and back, I think there were people that believed that San Francisco was probably a rung short. And like Bosa's not coming back, and we'll see what kind of shape Ayuk's in. But to be 4-1 at this point, there is not a more impressive job that a coach or a collection of talent has done this year than what the 49ers have. And that includes Robert Saleh. And if you want to know what coaching means, look at Robert Saleh, who from a standpoint of talent, this is not an elite 49er defense, and yet they're finding a way to get it done.
Yeah.
And Kyle Shanahan is pulling stuff out of his arse right now and making this happen. And whatever you think of Mac Jones, it goes to show you that Mac Jones had talent. There's a reason why someone drafted him in the first round. There's a reason why that first year in New England, he looked pretty good.
There's a reason why Kyle Shanahan wanted him more than Trey Lance.
And when you look at him in this system, I'm asking you to do A, not B. I'm asking you to do C, not D. And when you can process information and you play in a really good system, you can be successful. And the other thing I love about Mac Jones is, of course, what happens now that Mac Jones has this performance. And by the way, Mac Jones has won other games in San Francisco. We have to start with the Brock Purdy makes X and Mac Jones makes Y. So why are we paying Brock Purdy? And this was Mac Jones after the game. I thought this was, if you want to know what you want out of your backup quarterback, and by the way, in today's NFL, you probably need 2 quarterbacks. You just do. And we mentioned we've already had 51 quarterbacks play this year already through 4 weeks. And it's only going to get worse. And so you're going to need a backup quarterback. And San Francisco right now has one of the better quarterback rooms in the NFL. Yeah, Brock Purdy isn't necessarily, Patrick Mahomes, and he's not Lamar Jackson, but when you put the two of them together, that's one of the better situations. And someone asked Mac Jones afterwards if there's a quarterback controversy in San Francisco.
Here, hold on 1 second. I didn't put it on the board yet. I have it, but I didn't put it on the board yet. It's coming right now. Look at my final act as producer, not having the audio exactly ready. Here we go. And yeah.
Before the game, there was a report that Brock could be out a few more games.
Or turn it up.
Do you feel like the starting job, you're the starter now, and that's just the way you have to view it?
I think, they brought me here to play as a backup, and that's my job. And Brock's the starter of this team, and right now he's dealing with something. And for him to go out there last week and play when he probably wasn't at full health, like he cares about this team. So I'm just trying to get some wins for him so it helps us down the line. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Like, I've been in his position. I've been a starter, and you want your backup to go in there and win, because at the end of the season, that could be the hit or miss between a playoff or not. So.
Before the game, there was a report that Brock could be out a few more.
That was it.
Hey, mime boy out in Cleveland, there you go. Hey, do you feel you're the starting quarterback? Fair question, by the way.
Sure. After the way he's played, yeah.
And your response? I was brought here to be a backup, and my job is to get wins for this team. It's not that hard. You don't have Mac Jones afterwards saying, well, I'm a better starting quarterback than other people in this league. Yeah, I should be. Why? What good does that do? When you say that crap inside of a locker room, do you think your head coach is like, well, he feels that he should be the starter, therefore I should make him the starter?
And you know what? If Mac Jones should be a starter in this league, then someone will give him a shot next year. But
Yes.
but it's not happening now,
No.
and he knows his spot in his place in time as it stands, and he's embracing it.
And this is what you want out of your backup quarterback. You want your backup quarterback to be able to come in and give your team a chance. And by the way, he hasn't just given his team a chance. He carried that team last night. But what you want for your backup quarterback is to not lose you games, keep you competitive, and see if you can tread water until the starter comes back. But yes, Mac Jones is not the starter. He's not. I swear to God, we do this all the time where a guy has one or two good games, and then we forget about the reason why that no one wanted him, the reason why he's floated around. And after 2 games, we're taking the guy that over the last 3 years has been a top 10 quarterback in this league. And we're like, well, he had one bad game and he didn't look that good and he was injured. Therefore, should Mac Jones be the starter? And I love that Mac Jones didn't buy into it. I also love the fact that he was wearing some sort of Batman Two-Face outfit.
Yeah. That was quite the look. Somebody asked him about, so what's the deal with your suit, Mac? And he's like, well, this is a job and I wear suits to work. I'm like, I don't think that's quite the question they were asking. But
if you didn't see, he was wearing a half black, half like maroon suit.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Like one, like where the suit buttons, one side of it's red and or dark red or maroon, and the other is black. And then he was wearing black pants and it had like a red tuxedo stripe down the side.
I am fascinated by player fashion. And I know like the Cam Newtons of the world and his weird hats. Like he has someone that styles that. Does Mac Jones have a stylist?
I mean, I don't think he's going to Men's Warehouse and buying that off the rack, so I don't really know. Or
like Joe Burrow has a guy that dresses him, or it's usually a gal, right?
Yeah.
Cam has one. But Mac Jones doesn't have a stylist.
I don't know, or maybe he has a wife who's into fashion or something. I don't know.
So he just was like, hey, I'm going in.
I'm Two-Faced tonight.
Yeah, you just randomly decided that you're gonna put together that Iowa farm boy haircut, and then you're just gonna split yourself a red and black suit. Dude, that stuff is so the confidence that you need to rock that thing. Like you want to know like why you go out and you tear up the rounds is because you have the confidence to wear that suit. I don't have the confidence to wear like a fedora. Like I've been debating like starting to like try to wear one of those hats for like 15 years. Can't bring myself to do it. Mac Jones is out there wearing Two-Face outfits. And is out there slinging the rock against the freaking 49ers. That was as good a football game as you will see.
And as good of a backup quarterback performance as you'll see too.
Yeah. Because look, for the most part, backup quarterbacks, it doesn't go very well. And by the way, Mac Jones will come back down to earth.
Oh, of course.
This is the other one. Like we've seen
Shanahan can't out scheme everyone forever.
No. You've seen what Mac Jones is. And not that you can't get better. And maybe Mac Jones in this Shanahan system will be the next Sam Darnold. He'll be the next Geno Smith, one of those. Because Mac Jones wasn't terrible in New England. But this idea that Mac Jones is going to do that week in and week out, the difference between being a starting quarterback and being a backup quarterback in this league is just that it's consistency. The good quarterbacks are the ones that can string it together week after week after week. And I'm not saying anyone can have little windows of success in the NFL, but I would like to point out that Derek Anderson was a Pro Bowl quarterback at one point. Derek Anderson had like a 9-game stretch where he was really good. Remember a couple years ago where Josh Dobbs...
Pro Bowler Derek Anderson?
Pro Bowler. You remember when Josh Dobbs was tearing it up down in Arizona for a couple games?
Yeah. And they're like, well, maybe he should be the starter.
Yeah, Jacoby Brissett has a couple of these.
Fitzmagic had some of that.
Yeah, and Fitzpatrick kind of settled into he was kind of like an Andy Dalton. Like and by the way, I think Mac Jones might be able to do that.
Absolutely. That he is essentially you're the best 1B that you can get. That he's maybe not a true starter in this league, but if you have a guy go down and you need someone to bottle some magic for 3 or 4 weeks while your quarterback gets healthy, he might be the guy for that.
Sure. And you, by the way, you can play a long time in this league and you can make yourself a lot of money being that guy. And the thing is, Mac Jones is ensuring that not only will he have an opportunity, someone will give Mac Jones an opportunity to start again in this league, whether he takes it or not. Mac Jones will be in this league for a long time based on these performances that he's putting up.
Based on doing that, yeah.
At the bare minimum, Mac Jones will be a backup quarterback for a long time.
If he wants to hold a clipboard for another 8-9 years, he can do that.
Yes, but he will certainly have an opportunity at some point to step in, because in a league where you need quarterback play, someone somewhere will give him an opportunity to be a bridge quarterback. Although I will tell you, be careful, because being a bridge quarterback on a bad team.
Yeah, that's the thing is, like, you know, the Sam Darnold experience in Minnesota only worked because you had Kevin O'Connell and Justin Jefferson, and then like that complement of skill players around you. You go and try to do something like that
in Carolina,
like in Carolina, or let's say Houston decides they're going to move on from Stroud or something. Like this doesn't work everywhere.
No, and that's the key. Like when you're trying to resurrect a career, like Mac Jones, who, you know, in Jacksonville and now, you know, up here in the Jacksonville situation was a dumpster fire, which is why they brought in a new coach. You do kind of have to choose your spots wisely. Like if I'm looking to be a backup quarterback, I want to be a backup quarterback in Kansas City. I want to be a backup quarterback in San Francisco. I want to be a backup quarterback in LA. Something like that, which again makes it all the weirder that Shedeur Sanders was refusing and told the Philadelphia Eagles and the Baltimore Ravens to not draft him.
So strange. And he would be starting in Baltimore this weekend against the Texans, probably.
Yeah. And maybe an opportunity then to show that you deserve to be a starter in this league.
Yep.
Instead, you have to wait until Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel both flame out, and then you get to go play in that dumpster fire as well.
And by the way, Dylan Gabriel may go out and lay a total egg, and he might not be for the starting job life, but he got some ringing endorsements from his teammates this week. They said that he came in and he looked like it looks like it's been his offense from the start. That like Myles Garrett was singing his praises today.
All right. When we come back, a little in the news for, we've got October 3rd as October rolls on. God, the calendar is moving fast. In the news when we come back here on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, some Oregon Ducks basketball news. Dana Altman and the basketball program getting a big commitment today from 6'9" forward Taj Ariza. He's a top 15 recruit and the son of former NBAer Trevor Ariza. Taj picks the Ducks over USC. Some bad news for Ducks basketball, though. Jackson Shellstad, per a press release, has a broken hand. He's scheduled to miss somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks. Oregon's first game is a week from tomorrow. No playoff baseball today, but the Mariners start their quest to win the World Series tomorrow at T-Mobile Park. The M's get the nightcap of the 4 divisional games on Saturday. It's a 5:38 first pitch on FS1 when they open up Game 1 against the Tigers. George Kirby will get the Game 1 start for Seattle. Luis Castillo will start Sunday in Game 2. The Tigers starter for Saturday still yet to be announced. The Seahawks are back in action Sunday, hosting Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. It's a 105 kick from Lumen Field with our coverage here on the Fan starting at 11. The Hawks are favored by 3.5. Lamar Jackson's been ruled out this week for the Ravens with a hamstring injury. It'll be Cooper Rush starting for Baltimore at home against the Texans. And across the pond in London, J.J. McCarthy still unable to play for Minnesota with that ankle injury, so it'll be Carson Wentz behind a banged-up Minnesota line when they take on the Browns with Dylan Gabriel making his NFL debut. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Recruiting with Andrew Nemec, Thursday evenings at 7 after Isaac and Souk on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Souk here for the Advocates. I don't know what's going on right now on the old, apparently we're on USA. There's some sort of fire show on. Sucks because there's like no real sports. We got no Major League Baseball today. That's a bummer.
There's some crappy college football I'm watching.
Hey, BYU plays later, but that's
less crappy.
Yeah, it's less crappy, but that's at like 7:30. You got like Sam Houston versus someone.
Yeah, we've got Charlotte versus South Florida. We also have the Delaware Blue Hens against, I don't even know who they're playing.
Well, I'll tell you what, maybe you're watching the Delaware Blue Hens and you're so depressed that you walk outside because you're like, this is what my Friday night looks like. And then a fire truck here from Chicago Fire ends up running over your foot. Now you got a busted foot. Now you have to go back inside because you can't walk anywhere and you're forced to watch the Delaware Blue Hens play, for God's sakes. And you're sitting there saying, who the hell's going to take care of my foot? Not the fire department. They don't care about you. The insurance companies are going to tell you to go blank yourself. And so what do you have to do? You got to call the Advocates. 1, because you got your foot run over, and 2, you were forced to watch Delaware football, and no man, or woman for that matter, should have to do that on a Friday night.
Unless you're Joe Flacco.
I don't think he even wants to watch that.
He probably doesn't watch any Blue Hens Bowl, does he?
Watch that. He's busy watching. Well, I guess he's not watching film anymore. He's just sitting there collecting his millions in Cleveland, waiting to get cut. But the advocates will take care of you if you've ever had an accident, real or make believe, like this one on the TV right now, and you thought to yourself, "Should I contact an attorney?" Do it. It's free to talk to him. It's free to hire them. You'll never write them a check. They don't get paid until you get paid. They're actually really good people. Salt of the earth, really like them, trust them. So it can be a scary situation, and you need someone to help shepherd you through. Those people, Ken and Donnie, the advocates. Check it out, advocateslaw.com.
Paid for by
Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
This song never fails to put me in a good mood. I just naturally start like kind of swaying a little bit, and I just get a little. I got to put this like I don't do a lot of like playlists. I just kind of have like I do the shuffle.
Yeah, so I'm bad at doing the playlist as well, but when I find a song that kind of gives me that mood or that vibe, I'll go on Spotify and I'll hit that little button that goes like go to radio, and it just makes a bunch of other songs that kind of fit like it.
I didn't know we could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take a song with a vibe you like, hit the little like drop down menu, and then go to radio, and it'll give you like a 25 or 30 song playlist that's all kind of the same vibe.
Like if I had if I just had like a feel good mix, music can change your mood. Like Metallica's my favorite. Metallica's my favorite band of all time, but you can't listen to Metallica like 24/7.
Right.
I find people that listen to metal like while you're just
Like first thing in the morning before you go to bed at night.
Mike Lynch, who was the producer before the great Ryan Buckley, he would sit at his desk. Like if I came in early, Lynch would be sitting there like, writing updates or whatever, and no one would be around, and he would be listening to like scream metal. Just sitting there just kind of calmly typing.
Yeah, I remember mainstream metal wasn't metal enough for Mike.
Oh no. Dude, Mike thought mainstream metal was like lame. Like Pantera was a bunch of that was a bunch of lamos. So he would come in and he'd just be like kind of humming and typing, and then he'd be like, "Hey, Mike, what are you listening to?" And then he would unplug his headphones and you would just hear. You're like, how like that?
Why?
Yeah, why would you do that to yourself? And he was just like, the chaos brings me my final peace. It's just that's such a weird.
The fact that it's like potentially soothing to someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At no point should you turn on Motorhead like while you're gardening.
Right.
Like that's if you're mowing the lawn on a sunny day, you shouldn't have Ace of Spades playing in the background.
Yeah, like you're mixing a cocktail for your loved one. No, it's not time for Motorhead.
Yeah. It's just there's a time and place for Lemmy. And so like that song right there, that's like if I had a feel good play, like put me in a good mood, it would be that.
It's a good one.
Maybe sway music, if you will.
Sway music.
Yeah,
I like
sway
that.
music.
Yeah.
It is October 3rd. We're running a little behind in the year of our Lord 2025, and that means it is time for In the News. I'm your noted news contributor sitting in for your noted news man. Now, there is rumors. I am getting reports that one Isaac Robb no longer detained.
Oh, that's good.
It's just rumors at this point.
The Mexican street dog is safe too, we think?
That we don't know. We don't know. Rob's harrowing adventure with the ice people. We don't know. But there's rumors. A lot of people are saying right now. There's buzz that Isaac Robb could be back from his detention cell on Monday. More to come. It is National Body Language Day. Do you have bad body language? I get told I have bad body language.
Not totally, but my wife can tell when I'm super pissed off because she says I wear it on my face.
Yeah. I've been told that I have resting stab face, and I don't come across as friendly.
Have you been told you have bad body language by football coaches too?
Yes. I don't, it's a thing. I sit with my arms folded a lot. I do this. I'm an arm folder, and I lean in a lot.
Yeah, psychologists would say that's like a universal sign of like I'm closed off or like I don't want anything to do with you.
And I lean forward even when I do the show. I've had people like on YouTube. I'm a leaner.
You're menacing.
Yeah, and so it's like I get told that a lot. Or someone will see me out at a restaurant or whatever, and then I hear, "Hey, Sook, I saw you, blah, 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 but I didn't want to come say hi because you looked angry." And I'm like, no, come say hi.
That's just my resting Sook face.
Yeah, I'm very approachable. But yeah, it's I get told I have bad body language. Nothing I can do about it. It's also National Boyfriend Day. Shout out to all you boyfriends out there, a.k.a. me. Phenomenal boyfriend. Although not if you ask my significant other.
Who else is going to get a balloon on a big day? That's your thing.
Did I get a balloon on Boyfriend's Day? No. I woke up.
Maybe when you get home, maybe.
I don't even think she knows that it's Boyfriend's Day.
Probably not.
It's also National Techies Day, so shout out to all the techies out there.
Not me.
No, I am not a techie guy. Like I may be the least techie person. I ride out whatever technology I have until it basically breaks, and then I just buy whatever,
Yeah,
I'll go to the store and be like, whatever the new version of this is, give it to me. I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm the jackwagon who gets like a new smart TV and it's like, this isn't even that smart. It's hard. They're making it hard, and I'm like, it shouldn't be.
The Oregon National Guard is supposedly being deployed. No one can actually tell me whether or not they're here. Some people say they're here. Some people say they're not. Some people say they're coming. Supposedly, the National Guard's here. But there was a lawsuit today to try to block that. And that hearing was at 10 a.m. And this is, again, how confusing this whole damn thing is.
Here's the situation.
We think. So the judge heard arguments today starting at 10.
We think.
And we were supposed to get a ruling. Well, guess what? The hearing is over, and there's no immediate ruling on the temporary restraining order. So Judge Karen Immergut?
Sure.
Concludes the hearing in Oregon's lawsuit of the Federal National Guard deployment.
By the way, that sounds like you making up Kazmaraz or Kazmaraz.
Yeah, I love that.
What's it, Immergut?
Fred Kazmaraz. Love that one. Yeah. So basically, she ended the hearing and decided to make no decision on the temporary order. Although, get this, there could be one possibly later.
Oh. So that provides us no clarity.
None. So again, I ask you, is the National Guard here? I don't know. Are they coming? I don't know. Was there a lawsuit trying to block it? Yes.
A lot of people saying.
Was it resolved? Maybe. Was there a ruling? No. Will there be a ruling? Maybe. Maybe.
Complete and utter embarrassing stupidity.
We did have a couple arrests down there, though. I think we had 3 people arrested.
Yep.
And one of them, I guess, was like he's a right-wing influencer.
Okay.
And of course, he's freaking out. He's one of these donkeys. I want to get this jackwagon's name. He's one of these guys. He's from like Washington, D.C., and he's got like 1 million followers, and he covers stories that the mainstream media won't.
Sure. Yeah, I saw a gal that was maybe in a similar boat. I mean, obviously female, but she was going on TV with like a black eye and saying like the Antifa did this to her while she was just trying to cover the event or something. And
yes. So apparently this donkey decided to come out to D.C. Someone was trying to burn a flag. He went and ripped the flag out of their hands. And then they got into a scuffle. A couple people were arrested. So 2 people, I guess that were fighting with him over the flag. He got arrested. He's claiming that he's going to sue everybody now, including the Portland police. Like he called them. He basically is saying the Portland police are Antifa, and he said, "Get ready. You're about to F around and find out."
Yeah, that FAFO. They love that these days.
By the way, this is my point about this whole stupid thing. First off, there's like 30 people down there. And like one lady was dressed in a bird outfit because of course she was.
Yeah.
First off, anyone down there, get a job, go away. And to this dip-ass from DC that's showing up, all you're here to do is to get more Twitter followers. And probably the best thing that ever happened to you is that you got arrested, so now you can go on Fox News.
And validate what you're doing out here. Yeah.
Realize, seriously, in a city of 2.5 million people, there's like 30 people down there.
We're fine. We're seriously fine.
Yes. To those, just ignore them. Go away on both sides.
And if we're not fine, isn't that our problem?
The people down there, the 30 people, they don't represent the city. And this idiot over here that's trying to make a big deal on Twitter, and the lady that's going on there claiming that she has a black eye and that it's a hell, they don't represent anyone either.
And by the way, to your point earlier in the week, there might be 30 people down there now. There were like 4 people down there before the Guard even got here.
Yes. This is such a nothing burger. And yet now we've turned it into something where we've got helicopters circling and there's an emergency naked bike ride. Oh, by the way,
Thank God.
When we come back,
That'll
or
get
maybe
the
in the
people
club, I do have details on the emergency naked bike
Yes.
ride, including some 10 helpful hints.
Oh.
This coming from the Oregonian.
Nice.
And I promise, this is the last we're going to talk about. When we come back, I'm actually going to end this in the news on good news and what you can do in the city of Portland this weekend, besides go down there and burn a flag or rip a flag out of someone's hand and do whatever the hell's going on down there on the South Waterfront. I'll give you some other things that you can do this weekend in Portland when In the News comes back.
This is the fans' window into sports. A view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation. Online at windownation.com.
1-2, the pitch. Swinging a grounder to first. Torkelson has it. Takes it to the bag. And the Detroit Tigers are going to Seattle. They win the American League Wild Card Series, defeating the Cleveland Guardians in 3 games.
Yeah, they were the authors of one of the greatest collapses in Major League history, blowing a 15.5 game lead.
And then none of it mattered.
And none of it mattered because they beat the team that overtook them. And now they're on their way. And tomorrow they will play game 1 of the American League Division Series against your Seattle Mariners. Do we know?
George Kirby pitching for Seattle, unannounced for Detroit. It sounds like Scooble's going to go game 2 for Detroit.
Yeah, and that will be Castillo. It sounds like the Mariners have gone Kirby, Castillo, and then to be announced.
Right.
So, and both of those games will happen this weekend up at T-Mobile.
This Window to Sports brought to you by Window Nation. This month, the more replacement windows you buy, the more you can save, from 30 to 50% off your total project. Plus, no monthly payments, no down payment, and no interest until 2027. Schedule your free consultation at windownation.com.
Talk about stepping up. It's time to level up. A Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
By the way, reports coming in. Someone just drove by that south waterfront and said there's about 12 to 15 people in front of the ice building.
Sounds about right.
And someone in a frog costume did get maced last night.
Yeah, I saw another video. I think it was from last night, and it looked like it was like, it might have even been a reporter, and she was standing pretty calmly in front of a person with a shield, and she was just talking to him. She didn't even move forward against some dude just reaches over with the pepper spray and just blasts her.
Well, he just, again, I got an idiot lady dressed up as a bird. Another dude's in a full-on frog costume getting pepper sprayed. Again, I got some jackwagon from D.C. who's there to, I don't know, plant the conservative flag and make sure that everyone knows what's going on in this hellhole of a city. Just, it is the dumbest thing. Oh, and by the way, there's an emergency naked bike ride that's about to happen because apparently Naked Hearts PDX and a splinter group from the World Naked Bike Ride, they are rallying people for literally, quote, an emergency impromptu naked bike ride.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, man.
How dumb can we collectively be?
Listen.
Can we all just take a moment and gather as normal, rational human beings and just say that this entire situation is entirely idiotic and refuse to have anything to do with any of this?
Well, maybe if we're all riding our bikes naked, we'll have less time to be fighting ice down at the facility.
Well, I will tell you that they have put out, because they think that this new naked bike ride is going to attract some new people.
I'd imagine so.
You know, that normally don't go on.
They're not usually based on current events.
No. So they did want to give you, and by the way, this was in the Oregonian, 10 pieces of advice. If you are planning to go to the emergency naked bike ride and you've never naked ridden before, bear as you dare. Yes, nudity is the hook, but really you can dress however you want. You don't have to be fully nude. Also, wear sensible shoes.
Makes sense.
Even if you're naked, bare feet can be disastrous. Think before applying adhesives. Folks have been known to get a little too into the spirit of things with the launch site body decoration. Hairy individuals especially should avoid duct tape, pasties, wire coils, etc.
Do you have to tell people not to put duct tape on their hairy bodies?
Well, just telling you. Think before applying adhesives.
It's like telling the smelly guy to wear some deodorant. Shouldn't that be already understood?
Also, bring a fanny pack. Gotta be, you got to fill it with snacks, water bottles, some sort of covering for after the ride.
Unless you plan on using your prison wallet.
That's true. But then the clothes
and being on the bike.
Yeah.
That's not good for anyone.
The fanny pack. That's a good one. Equip your bike with the basics. Got to make sure you have a front headlight. Got to have rear reflectors. And a bike lock could come in handy if you plan to step away for a bit. Nothing like going for a naked bike ride and then turns out that your bike was stolen.
You just need to pause for a naked stroll. You can get back to it.
Also, know your rights. Nudity in public areas as a form of protest is protected under Oregon's Constitution. Now, naked without protest, no. Naked with protest, yes.
Interesting.
Yes. That said, lewd or obscene behavior, not legal.
So being naked, not lewd or obscene, but protesting whilst naked,
yes,
just fine.
But you can't be
crazy about it.
Yeah, you can't be doing things. Also, being nude on private property without the owner's permission, that'll get you busted too. You can't rock into someone's front yard and be like, I'm protesting you, nudity, ha! Doesn't work. Also, document wisely. Be careful taking photos. Just because people are nude doesn't mean that they want to be photographed.
That's a rule or a tip that they frequently put out just with the regular naked bike ride. This is not a spot for you to come and snap photos.
Yes. And by the way, nudity is not a invitation. So just because someone nude doesn't mean that you get to, get all grabby and creepy. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No.
And if you're looking for something to do this weekend, I told you I'm going to end on a positive note.
Yeah. I mean, how is the naked bike ride not a positive note?
If you don't want a naked bike ride, if you don't want to go down and be a part of whatever that dumb thing is happening down on our South Waterfront, we do have the Portland Greek Festival this weekend.
Oh.
That's happening at the Holy Trinity Greek Orthodox Cathedral.
Okay.
We have the Portland Tattoo Expo.
Oh.
Buck, you don't have any tattoos, do you?
I have one tattoo on my chest.
Well, there you go. Oh, that's right. We've talked about that. Well, now you can go get another one. That's at the Portland Expo Center. The Portland Craft Chocolat Festival.
Oh, okay.
There you go. That's going on at the Olympic Mills Commerce Center.
I don't know where that is, but that sounds intriguing.
Major League Table Tennis, anyone?
Oh.
The Oregon Paddlers will compete against the Los Angeles Spinners, the Chicago Wind.
We have a team?
Yeah, the Portland Paddlers.
I had no idea.
I didn't know either. I'm not going to lie. No, I'm not going to buy one of these. But somehow, if the Portland Paddlers want to find me a XXL t-shirt, I will wear a Portland Paddlers t-shirt.
I'm finding their website. Major League Table Tennis, yeah.
And the Carolina Gold Rush throughout the weekend. That going on at the Portland Convention Center. By the way, that goes on all weekend. We also have the Portland Coffee Festival. And Doctoberfest going on at the Lucky Lab Brew Pub. And not to be outdone, Buck, I'm a little surprised you're not doing this, the Portland Marathon.
Yeah, I'm not gonna marathon. No,
It's going on down at Tom McCall Waterfront Park. By the way, they have a half marathon, 13.1 and 16.2. And by the way, you can still sign up for it. So if you're sitting around and you've got nothing else to do and you're like, hey, you know what the hell? I'm going to run a marathon. There you go. I wanted to make sure that we had plenty of things to do this weekend besides whatever the hell is going on down there. And
I say go see the Portland Paddlers. They got a sweet logo. I don't know if I can get gear, but I want some.
Yeah, if you're out there associated with the Portland Paddlers, let me know how but you're a XXL man, right?
Yeah.
We need 2 XXL Portland Paddlers shirts if we can. I didn't know we had table tennis either.
Nor did I, and I am here for it.
But yes, contrary to what anyone would tell you, this city is not a hellhole. It's not on fire, and there's a lot to do every weekend. And also, my last piece of news here, shout out my dear friend and Doctor to the Stars, Dr. Peter Bessis, is getting married right now. I believe that it probably is done. And so if he's in the car, on his way with his new bride and his lovely new daughter, I love your brother, your family. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I'll see you for dinner tonight. So we wish you all the health and happiness in the world. One of the sweetest men that I've ever met in my entire life. Congratulations to Dr. Peter Bessis, Doctor to the Stars, and all the fine people of the Vancouver, Portland metro area. When we come back, we'll get into some college football stuff and take a look ahead to maybe some baseball this weekend. It's a nice little sports weekend, especially up there in Seattle. That when we come back here on 105.1 The Fan.
Coastal Farm and
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on the Fan, some Ducks basketball news today. Dana Altman and company picking up a huge commitment from 6'9" forward Taj Ariza. He is a top 15 recruit in the country and the son of former NBA player Trevor Ariza. Taj picks the Ducks over USC. Some bad news for Ducks basketball, though. Point guard Jackson Shellstad going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. This per a press release. Ducks' first game is 1 month from tomorrow, so he shouldn't miss too much time. There's no playoff baseball today, but the Mariners get things started in the ALDS tomorrow. The M's get the nightcap of the 4 divisional games on Saturday. It's a 5:38 first pitch on FS1 when they open up Game 1 against the Tigers. George Kirby will get the Game 1 start for Seattle. Luis Castillo, the Game 2 start. You know, the Tigers will start reigning Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal in Game 2, but they have not yet announced their Game 1 starter. The Seahawks are back in action Sunday, hosting Baker Mayfield and the Bucks. That's a 105 kickoff from Lumen Field with our coverage here on the Fan starting at 11 a.m. The Hawks are favored by 3.5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for Seahawks football. The Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM. Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What do girls want anyway? Well, apparently not total losers. We're pretty good at basketball. Yeah, as long as we don't have to run or jump or dribble or nothing.
Isaac Robb.
Hey, you guys up for a little game?
Sure.
Well, let's make it interesting. Say $20.
How about 50?
You're on.
Jason Sukanik.
Dude, we don't have $50. We don't have 20.
This is Primetime on the Fan Sports Network.
What the hell's up with that? We win, and they get the chicks. That sucks, dude.
105.1 and 1080.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's jobs. We gotta get jobs. Then we get the khakis. Then we get the chicks.
The Fan.
Welcome in just after 5 o'clock on what was a really nice Friday. I think we're supposed to get some dry weather this weekend. It was a little gray and cloudy out there, except now it's just kind of getting dark. That's honestly the hardest part about fall. Like, I've been kind of enjoying a little bit of the fall weather. Mm-hmm. It's kind of nice when you get kind of that chill in the air and, you know, but there is something like kind of depressing than when we leave here at 7 when it's dark.
Yeah. To me, the darkness way worse than the, temperate weather.
Yeah. My buddy had to drop off. He was, they're going to see a game this weekend. They're going to the Washington, Maryland game. So he dropped off his dog at my house, and I had to run him over to the airport. So he came by the house at like 6:30 in the morning, and there's something like I'm not used to waking up in the dark. Because normally by 6:30, like in the summer, you got sun out, and like that's like the best time of the day. When you wake up in the summer and you catch kind of like that first half hour, 45 minutes of sunshine, it's a great feeling. When you wake up and it's pitch black, and then you're trying to like let your gal sleep in, and even the dog doesn't want to be up. That's when
all
you're like,
you want to do is go back to sleep, even though you know it's time to start doing stuff.
Yeah. That's where like that seasonal depression comes in. And then you realize, oh yeah, I have 6 months more of this. And you're just like, bleh. But then you realize like football is upon us, postseason baseball, and everything's fine again. Up in Seattle, I think this weekend, I think they have everything. So we got the Mariners Saturday, Sunday.
Yep.
Seahawks Sunday. And I think there's also a Sounders game up there. In fact, I think it might be the Timbers versus Sounders, if I'm not mistaken. I was listening to my favorite morning show, Dirt and Sprague, and they had my former partner, the great Ian Furness.
By the way, you are correct.
Yeah.
The Mariners game tomorrow, 5:38. The Sounders Timbers game at 7:30.
Okay, so that's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
Well, that would make sense because obviously the
Seahawks play Sunday.
The Seahawks playing Sunday. Yeah, he was saying that no one's going to go to that Timber Sounders game.
I would imagine not.
He's saying that just like that thing's going to be such an S show up there.
Yeah.
But how cool is that?
There's too much overlap between those games because the baseball game starts at 5:38 and then the soccer starts at 7:30. But Sunday's a different story, and I think there's going to be a bunch of Seattleites who do this. I have one friend who's taken his oldest boy to do this. The Seahawks game's at 1:05, and then the Mariners game is at like 5:08 or something like that.
Double dip, huh?
And they're double dipping. They're going to the Seahawks Bucks at 1, and then they're going to Tigers Mariners at 5.
Dude, that's really cool. Imagine if the Huskies if the Huskies were up there.
Yeah, get a morning game on Montlake.
Yeah, could you hit all? Could you find a way to hit
big
all
noon
three?
kickoff?
Like you leave halfway through the Husky game. Yeah, big noon kickoff, leave halfway through the Husky game, jump on over to the baseball game. Would you want it? Could you do all three? I don't know if I've got that sort of sport in me.
Boy, that would be quite the endeavor, but I think it'd be worth it to say that you did it. You'd probably enjoy it more if you just did 2 of the 3.
And I don't know what the thing is, but hockey, preseason hockey's going on. And so I don't know, maybe I think a lot of teams have played their last preseason game and then there's like a week break and then they start the regular season. But in theory, I guess you could have a Kraken game right now too.
Yeah, the Kraken played on Wednesday, and it looks like I think they do start their regular season this coming Thursday.
Yeah.
So they've got about a week off.
Yeah, so I think most people finished up their regular season, their preseason hockey schedule, and now there's a week break, and then there you go. But that's a big time. But I was listening, so when I was listening to Dirt and Sprague, it was great. Sprague was very pissed, but Sprague asked Furness, does this feel different than all the other playoff runs? And Furness goes, dude, they've been to the playoffs 6 times in like
what other playoff runs?
like 50 years. And you could just see Sprague just melt. And you realize, seriously, this outside of the Astro series a couple years ago, right? Which wasn't much of a series. That was the 18-inning Bataan Death March that I was at. Before that, I mean, it was 2001. I mean, this team has been to the postseason 6 times in its history. There hasn't been a lot of these. And not only that, but this generally feels like, and I don't know quite what to do with this, but Mariner fan feels pretty cocky. Like normally Mariner fan has that like dreaded, like I'm a Mets fan, and trust me, no one thinks the Mets are going to do worse than Met fan.
Yeah, Mariner fan generally shows up with the pucker factor, like it's probably not going to happen for us. I'm feeling kind of tight. Mariner fans are cocky sniffing a little bit these days.
Yeah, dude, this is the whole thing. Like we had Schultz on yesterday, and he was like, bring on the Tigers.
I heard Luke in his show today being like, you know what, the Mariners have roughed up Scooble a couple times, like not worried about the reigning Cy Young winner.
No, dude, every Mariner fan that I talk to has got like a cocky swagger about him right now. They're ready for this.
You know what though, when you got things rolling, it's okay to have a little positive juju, and I think going into it with a little confidence is fun.
Postseason baseball is just so funky though, because you want to say that in most cases like the cream rises to the top, especially when you play over a 7-game series. But remember, the division series is only 5.
Yep.
Right, and if you have to face Scooble twice, and I know they've done very well against him this year,
but still, doesn't mean you want to face him twice.
No, so sounds like he'll pitch game 2, and then if
5
necessary,
yeah.
he would pitch game 5. So the fact that like these are why these series are, and I kind of like the way baseball does it. I like that the wild card is 3, and then we get 5, and then you get 7.
Yeah,
7 and 7. I think that's kind of a cool way to do it because it does add some intrigue to this.
Well, and most of the lower or worse seeds that had worse records in the regular season, they're probably not winning a 7-game series.
No.
So you give everyone a fighting chance, and then it extends out to a bigger sample size, which is a little bit more appropriate when you get to the final stage.
And that's kind of the scary part about this is, right, the M's finish the season on, a scorching streak.
Yep.
Right? And, we got the Michelob Ultras are flying. Everyone's drinking. Everyone's feeling great. We do hey, let's go win the whole effing thing.
Got
Cal
my
Raleigh's.
Michelob Ultra joints.
Right. Everything's going great. And now you get to sit around for a week. And how many times do we hear this? It's like the whole Oregon thing. Now, Oregon sat out for like a month. But is there something to the fact that, the Tigers, got to just go play a do or die sort of series here? Mariners are sitting around feeling good, kind of hanging out, and all of a sudden you kind of have to restart those engines.
Well, like you said, 5-game series. Let's say your offense lays an egg game 1. You starting to freak out?
Yeah.
Like because you better be. You only got 2 more cracks at it.
That's how funky it is, right? Look at New York and Boston. Did anyone have a rookie going 8 scoreless innings and striking out 12?
Deciding the series, no.
Right? And so that's the thing is and now all of a sudden like he's on the national landscape and people are like, holy crap! I got to be careful with his name again.
Schlittler. Cam Schlittler
from Boston, by the way. Great story. But that's the thing is you can get some guy for Detroit that you may not be that familiar with. He happens to pitch a gem or the ball bounces the wrong way. Now you're down 0-1 and now you're facing Scooble game 2 and the pucker factor turns up immensely. So I just think it's great though that there is like this buzz. And now all of a sudden too, you got the Seahawks sitting there playing some of the best football in the NFL. Like, so with a big game against Tampa Bay, I'm juiced. And that's what I wish. I'm a little jealous that and I'm not saying all we have, because we have the Timbers and we'll have the Thorns and and like the Portland Fire, but even the college team in Seattle is in Seattle, whereas we have Corvallis and obviously Eugene.
Right.
There is something great about the energy of a city in the midst of these sorts of
Oh, no
runs.
question. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I wish I was I wish I was going up. I just wasn't gonna to pay the freight to go up to one of those games. But I know a couple people. I think Luke Anderson's going up. Schulte said he was going up.
Yep.
It's really cool to be there. In fact, I saw a thing. Someone was posting and I don't know why. There's like a baseball account I follow. It's just like baseball history, and someone today posted the video outside of Wrigley Field when the Cubs won the World Series. Now the Cubs won the World Series in Cleveland. They weren't in Chicago, but they showed the crowd outside of Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
And everyone, they obviously, people were watching on TV and following on their phones, and they had it going on the speakers out there, the radio call. And it was a really cool video. And the moment the Cubs won, they put up on the Wrigley leaderboard, Cubs win world champion. And the crowd went freaky nuts. And I kind of had one of those moments where I had a little tear. My daughter was going to school in Chicago at the time. She went to the University of Chicago. And that was the deciding game of the World Series. And she was a hostess at a sushi joint. And obviously no one wanted to come in to work that day. And her boss said, if you don't come in, you're fired. And she was like, Dad, what do I do? I said, quit your job. I said, quit your job.
You can find another hostess gig, big city.
Yeah. And she was like, yeah, because she lived over by Wrigley Field. She lived a couple blocks from there. She lived just on the outskirts of Wrigleyville. I said, dude, go down there and be in front of that place. I said, trust me, you won't forget that.
It's a moment in history in that city to be a part of.
Yeah. And so she went down there. So when I saw that crowd, kind of like going nuts, I kind of smiled knowing that, my daughter was amongst that. And I told her, you'll never regret quitting a hostess job when you were 21 years old.
You'd regret missing that.
And then they actually didn't fire her. They let her back because no one showed up. And then they did the same thing for the parade. 5 million people gathered in Chicago for that parade. And they were like, no, you can't go to the parade or else you're fired. And she's like, Dad. And I'm like, you know what to do. And I do believe they fired her after that.
Worth it.
Yeah, they did fire her after that. I think that was like one of those, yeah, well, we let you go one, but the second time, yeah, we're going to find someone else. But I was like, I said, next time you go to apply for a job, tell them why you need a job. And I promise you someone in Chicago will hire you based on that.
100%.
And so I don't know what's going to happen with the Mariners, but there's something about baseball postseason that I just am insanely jealous. And I hope to God someday we get it here in Portland. And look, if the Blazers end up winning a championship at some point, it would be amazing because we've had the Thorns, we've had the Timbers, but that doesn't hit the same.
Wonderful, just marvelous.
The Blazers would. A Blazers parade down Broadway would be unbelievable.
A Blazers run, just a run to and through the finals would be magical in this city.
Yes, it would. But I don't know. There's just something about the baseball postseason that. And look, I'm not the world's biggest NBA guy, so maybe I'm just selfish.
No, there's something a little bit different. I feel like in NBA playoffs, you get guys who like take over games and stuff like that. But in baseball, you get moments, like individual single moments. You remember that one swing of the bat, that one catch, that one brutal call, where you were hugging a stranger when the final pitch was thrown. I don't know that the NBA doesn't have that, but baseball's special in that way.
Yeah, it is. And so it's a cool moment because I don't have a dog in the fight anymore. I know your Giants aren't in there. My Mets are gone. So do you end up picking a team, or do you just kind of let the postseason kind of to play out and you find yourself pulling for something?
I mean, I generally just kind of want the best story to prevail, and just being that we're here local, I would love to see the Mariners make a run. I mean, I'm a National League fan anyway, so I don't really have a dog in the fight American League-wise. I certainly don't need to see a team like the Yankees go and run it back. No. And the Blue Jays, don't do anything for me. I've got no reason to pull for the Tigers, so definitely Mariners on the AL side. On the NL side, I'd say I would probably pick a team who hasn't done it like the Brewers. Although I do play in a year-and-a-half-long fantasy league that combines 10 sports over that year and a half, and I picked the Dodgers at the beginning of the season. So financial windfall if the Dodgers win it.
You are unbelievable.
I know.
You are a
picking Europe, picking the Dodgers.
You're a Giants fan.
I know.
And you're picking the Dodgers.
Smart money, man.
And you're betting against. You will bet against anybody.
I will.
I'm waiting for your kids to play like Little League Baseball, and you're going to have juice on the other team. Do you have no shame?
I really don't. And this goes all the way back to my childhood where my dad didn't want to pay the $20 a month for Sports Channel Pacific for us to watch A's and Giants games at home. He was content listening on the radio and getting whatever, like 12 we got a year on the local affiliate. And so I started watching all the Atlanta Braves games because I could get them on TBS, and I could watch baseball all day. I started cheering for the Braves. In '93, they went head-to-head with the Giants to the last day of the season, and my dad hated it. Hated that I was on the opposite side pulling for Atlanta, which I had no affiliation. And I thought that was so fun that the next football season I started rooting for the Cowboys. He's like, no, that's where we draw the line. We're not doing that.
Jeebus. When we come back, we'll shift gears a little bit and we'll move towards college football and the NFL. We'll take a look at the weekend slate. Along with Major League Baseball, should be a good weekend in the world of sports. So the college football a little thin, not necessarily marquee matchups.
There's some good games,
but
some
there's some
sneaky
good
ones.
games. There's some good games. So we'll take a look at that when we come back. Primetime here on 105.1 The Fan.
Dirt and Spread. and Souk on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
The old 2012. Gotta love it.
I love the 2012.
Switching gears to the NFL, did you see that the NFL is launching flag football? Like, they're going to have a flag football league.
Is this different than the one that Tom Brady's participating in over Riyadh?
That's just some sort of weird Saudi Arabian thing.
Sports washing.
Yeah, can we? I might
Let's
mention.
call a spade a spade.
I'm going to have to mention this in the club because, like, they're doing a comedy festival over there right now.
Yeah.
And Dave Chappelle, who I really like and I respect, boy. I got a bone to pick with old Dave Chappelle.
Well, there's a lot of very principled comedians that seem to have found their price for their principles.
Yeah, and had some interesting things to say over there. Yeah, apparently this whole sports washing and comedy washing and like the Saudis are just like, if they just give someone enough money, you'll be like, these guys
we're in.
These guys are great.
Saudis are awesome.
Yeah, so they're going to play in some sort of like flag football game over there. Tom Brady, God knows how much money he's going to make for that.
Yeah.
You know he's getting paid like $40 million.
At least, I mean, this. You remember what they were paying the Live Golf guys? John Rahm got $400 million. Tom Brady's the most.
He's gonna
clear $100 million.
Did you go play one game?
Maybe, I don't know. Because he legitimize and validate what they're trying to do?
Look, I would like to say that I have principles. I really do, and I would like to, tell the Saudis, thanks but no thanks. But $100 million.
Well, I remember when that golfer Harold Varner, who was kind of a nobody, took the Live money. And he's like, listen, like, I'm not like these other dudes who go out and like can like consistently chase majors and finish like top 20 on the money list. Like, I have a chance to make generational wealth for my family that I've never had before. I don't have the luxury of turning this down.
Well, you do have the luxury of turning it down.
Sure you do, because you're probably making enough as a PGA guy, but he's like, I don't know if I can set up my grandkids just being a PGA guy.
But like every time I listen to like Phil Mickelson, he won't shut up about it. Like, how far down your throat are the Saudis if you're Phil Mickelson? Like it really is kind of uncomfortable, but it does feel like everybody has a price. That if I just give you enough money, we're like, the Saudis, like, 9/11, kill some journalists, it's money. It's money in sports and comedy. It's fine. But no, because the flag football is coming to the Olympics. That's going to be in 2028, and the NFL's going to play in that.
Yeah, because we had that one kid that was basically saying, like, I'm better than Patrick Mahomes at flag football. And they're like,
Yeah, Roger Goodell yesterday, or I believe it's Goodell, he said the NFL is going to launch a professional flag football league in the next couple of years. And it said it's ahead of the Olympics. And it said, we're committed to creating a women's professional league and a men's professional flag league. A great deal of interest. Expect that we'll be able to do that, launch it in the next couple of years. He said the demand is there. We're seeing in colleges in the States, universities, internationally, that want to make it part of their programs. And I got to ask the question. It's the same thing like with the UFL and some of these spring leagues. I get that football is king, and I love football. I watch too much college football. I watch too much NFL football. I gamble too much, or do I gamble just the right amount?
That's right.
One of us here, and by one of us, I mean both of us, we may have a futures bet on Kent State over/under win totals.
We sure do. Don't think they'll get it against Oklahoma this weekend, but there's always hoping.
But this idea that we have this unending appetite for anything football related, does anyone, and I'm dead serious, does anyone want to watch flag football?
I don't know.
Is that really a thing?
I mean, so here's the thing is I think that football suits think that all football is good football and will all be consumed the same. But we have seen the XFL and the USFL or the UFL or the AFL. We've seen lower level football not get any traction because it only commands that audience when the product is actually good. Now, there might be some entertaining flag football games, but you're talking about a game that is wholly different than the tackle version, and that I don't think fans really know what to expect or know what is good or what they're looking at. So if you think that this is going to launch a whole new audience that is akin to your NFL product, it's not happening.
Is this for the people that want football but like are afraid to get hit? I don't
know.
Or like, because I see now like some of these like 7-on-7 tournaments and stuff. Like every now and then I'll be like walking by, I'll be walking my dog at the high school, and I will see they have like these tournaments for little kids. and it's becoming like AAU, like travel baseball, but they're doing it with football year round. So is that like it? Is there like a whole youth movement where kids want to play? Like, when did flag football become cool? Now, I guess I can understand the women's league side of it because women aren't playing tackle football, but
And I do think that there's been a movement of like parents who that even if they're not opposed to football, they don't want their kids taking hits to the head when they're 8 in Pee-wees. They're like, we'll save that for high school kind of a thing, and maybe we play flag football to get us ramped up for that later, like it's a super youth thing. But this isn't that. They're trying to like legitimize like adult flag football.
am I wrong that like if I was in high school and like my buddy was like, instead of playing football, I'm going to go play flag football? Wouldn't we all just make fun? Wouldn't we all just make fun of him? Flag football. I will be fascinated to see if there is any traction to this whatsoever, because this is one that I could be way off base. I just can't believe that is actually like a thing, that there is a high demand for that. But you know, the NFL is in a constant state. It's like the whole international angle, right? The NBA and the NFL are constantly moving to international. I think there's a sense that maybe we've tapped out the U.S. market. Like, how much bigger and how much more money can you extract out of American football fans? Like, there's just, at some point, like, can the ticket prices get any higher? Can the stadiums get any grander? I mean, there has to be a point where it's oversaturation. So is the next, and then to grow the next thing to become a $50 billion league, the idea of flag football. Can you imagine going and watching your favorite professional flag football team? That just blows my mind.
Because like regionally, you're like, oh yeah, Bill Schmidt is our great quarterback here in Portland. Like, I don't see it.
Demand is, we'll see what the demand is. And real quick before we actually get into meaningful football being played, I saw this and it was completely random, but it made me think of it because we were talking about demand. Is there a demand for flag football? You know what there is a demand for? Green Bay Packers season tickets.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Did you see this?
I did.
So, by the way, this is really cool. Darren Ravel, who, by the way, is a lot.
He's a lot.
Like, Rob has talked a couple times, he's had to unfollow Darren Ravel.
Sure. Yeah, the guy tweets like it's going out of style. He's really keyed up in like the memorabilia game and the pricing of sports. And sometimes he has really good nuggets about things, but a lot of times it's stuff you don't need.
He can be a lot. But I thought this was really cool. So if you don't know, the wait list for Packers season tickets is decades. Like, you cannot get season tickets. The waiting list is thousands of people deep.
Yep.
And when people die, they put them in wills. Divorce couples, like, there's prenups about who gets Packers season tickets. I have a good friend of mine that's from Milwaukee, and he talks about this. It is one of the most treasured possessions that you can have in your family is season tickets. And there's people that are waiting out deaths, like to get their hands on season tickets. So I guess this Darren Ravel said 19 years ago, which is just, it's amazing. I love that he's been doing this. So
it was like when he got out of college or something.
19 years ago, he signed up for the Packers season ticket waiting list. And he knew he didn't do this to get season tickets. He knows he's not going to, and he's not in Green Bay. He just wanted to see where he progressed.
Yeah, how long it would take, if at all, if he could even get there with how vast the list was.
Yes. So he signed up in 2006 for season tickets. Did you see this number?
I did.
So Darren Ravel, when he signed up, he was queued up. There was 73,257 people ahead of him.
Waiting for their own season tickets that would get it first before him. That's more than their stadium holds.
Yes. 2011, he checked in again. 68,000.
So he's only dropped like 1,200 people or 12,000 people in front of him.
2015, 60,000. 2018, 58,000. 2022, 53,000. So that right there, you're like, hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah, you've shaved off about 20,000 now since the beginning.
2023, 51,000 and change. And now, 2025, 19 years later, Darren Ravel is officially under 50,000. He is 48,669th in line to get season tickets.
And he's probably never going to get there.
Well, no. I mean, by that, so let's say on average, right, every, 5 years, he's shaving off 5,000 people?
Yeah, you'd still need 55 more years to get there or something like that.
It's just, I don't know why. I just thought that was kind of I thought that was kind of
And
fun.
how old do you have to be to sign up? Can you sign your kid up at birth to get on the list, hoping that they can get tickets when they're like 40 or 60 or something like that?
I don't know. And they're saying, like, I guess, averaging this out, they said there's 35 more years.
Okay.
So that's he's got 35 more years, and so no, he's not going to make it. He will probably be dead. He will probably be dead by then. And I don't know. If you were smart, I guess that would be something you could do. When your kid is born, you sign up under the kid's name, and then when he's 50 something,
because if we did our quick math, and it's possible that it was bad, but if we did our quick math, that's 55 more years for Darren Ravel, and when he signed up in 2016, which was 9 years ago. So like you could sign up at birth and not get him until you're 60.
Someone's saying a lot of the old fans are dying.
Yeah, but they're also like bequeathing them to their offspring in their will.
I love that. That's the people of Green Bay. That's after almost 20 years, you are still 50,000 people basically they're in front of you for a chance to get season tickets.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is one of the cooler things. And I also wonder, is that the longest season ticket line in sports? I mean, is there any other market that bears that out?
God, I don't know.
Because every place I've ever seen, it's like they beg you to buy season tickets.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Green Bay's like, yeah, we're cool here. We're get in line.
Yeah, it's interesting because and then the other game that a lot of franchises play is the pricing that puts it right at the point where you're at the tipping point of just enough people will pay, but the price turns off pretty much the rest. That's not happening here.
Yeah.
Someone on the text line does say that they have friends who were signed up at birth and they're still a long, long way away.
Well, yeah. I mean, if Ravel has been doing that for 19 years and they're
still 50,000 ahead of him,
yeah,
or 48,
and so basically
or
they're saying 35 more years.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably looking at roughly 50, somewhere between 50 and 60 years, depending on the variations and how many people die or whatever. Yeah, I mean that's crazy to think you could sign your kid up at birth and he could be 58. Although whoever did that, think about how cool that would be. When you're like in your mid 50s or maybe like you're 60 and you're like getting ready to retire, and then lo and behold, like, hey, I'll bet you that's the greatest feeling in a Packers fan's life, that after 50 years of waiting, you get like a call. I want to believe you get a call from some old Midwestern lady named Midge, maybe with like a Dakota. Oh yeah,
for sure.
Oh yeah. Hey, we just wanted to let you know. Hey, yeah.
Hey, this is Marge over at Lambeau. Wanted to let you know you got your tickets.
And then meanwhile, you realize that you need like whatever it is, like $35,000 to buy them. You're like, ah.
Oh, sorry, honey. If you can't come up with it today, or at least the down payment, we're going to have to go to the next in line.
Someone said, yeah, just sign yourself up and bequeath your position. I don't know how all that works, but Green Bay truly is one of the unique places, and I just thought that was a really cool story. Let's take a look at the actual slate of games in the collegiate realm and the NFL when we come back. Primetime here on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, some Ducks basketball news today. Dana Altman and company getting a big commitment from top 15 recruit Taj Ariza. The 6'9" forward is the son of Trevor Ariza. He chooses the Ducks over USC. Some bad news for Ducks hoops though. Jackson Shellstad going to miss the next 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. Ducks' first game is a month from tomorrow, so likely Shellstad could miss anywhere between the first 1 and 2 weeks of the season. No playoff baseball today, but the Mariners start the ALDS on Saturday at T-Mobile Park. M's get the nightcap of the 4 divisional games on Saturday. It's a 5:38 first pitch on FS1 when they open things up against the Tigers. George Kirby will get that first start for Seattle. Luis Castillo will start Game 2. Still no Tigers starter announced for Game 1, but reigning Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal will get the ball in Game 2. The Seahawks are back in action this Sunday, hosting Baker Mayfield and the Bucks. That's a 105 kickoff from Lumen Field with our coverage here on the Fan starting at 11 a.m. The Hawks are favored by 3.5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Primetime with Isaac and Sue. Weekdays 3 to 7. The Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start October 15th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu.
Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Coming up in the club. Let's see what I have in the old tickle trunk. Dave Chappelle being a total jackass. Diddy was sentenced today. We have that. Hey, look at the Brandman's in there. What are we doing with is this involving you, Buck, being locked out of everything? Hold on. Don't mind us. Would you tell the Brandman?
Yeah, boss man's in here saying goodbye. So.
I was gonna say, would you tell him to can it over there? We're in the midst of a show. I thought he was locking you out of your computer again.
No, I was just telling him about how I'd been locked out of my computer and how I will not be able to podcast without further assistance.
I thought he was coming in to escort you out of the building. Can we get someone to escort Buckley out of the building?
They're already doing that digitally. They're just taking away my access to everything.
Well, you are a known thief.
That's true.
I mean, you have stolen energy drinks, so I'm hearing God
One
knows what
energy
else.
drink, one time.
You are a known criminal. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, we got sued by Napster, remember?
I thought maybe the fan man was coming in to, just make sure that everything's on the up and up. We've already locked you digitally out of everything.
You get a little shrug for you.
Everything
for
that
those
you
who can't
have.
see it. Yeah.
Did you just tell me we have to break already?
Yeah, we were really late in the last segment.
Interesting. This is where what the brand man looking at me, I should probably break. But I've got hot NFL takes.
Yeah, well, we'll do that on the other side.
Okay. Interesting. See how this goes. If Buckley's even allowed to continue in here.
Yeah, we don't know if that's going to be possible.
Oh, to be fair, there's no one else here.
Yeah, someone's going to have to.
Yeah, we don't have anyone else here, so someone has to do it. Are you even
Dusty's
gonna
about to clock in as a producer again.
Are you even going to be allowed to leave?
I don't know.
This is technically your last day. Are they going to somehow force you to come back?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know who the hell's going to replace you. Maybe the fan man's going to be sitting there. The Dusty.
Yeah, he just said no to that.
You're not doing anything now. You're an empty suit. Sit down now. You can be our producer. All right. Well, now we have to break because the fan man's in there doing God knows what. And he has to have a teary goodbye to Ryan Buckley, who is, think about it, you are T-minus like 1 hour and 10 minutes away from never stepping foot in this building again. And you realize you will never step foot in this building.
I don't know about never.
It'll never happen. You got a lot of big talk. This is what happens. Everyone leaves, and this is like when you move one town over, when your buddy moves like 45 minutes away, and you're like, oh, we'll see each other every weekend. And by every weekend, you mean never again. You son of a gun.
Well, I'll probably end up texting you guys.
Yeah, there you go. Some hot buck picks. All right, we'll touch upon the NFL schedule, then get into Club 1080, and then tell Buckley to go to hell as he leaves us. One final club with Ryan Buckley at the helm, but now we got to go pay some bills. So NFL slate when we come back. 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Ducks athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Two pieces of Ducks news today, both basketball related. The Ducks pick up top 15 forward Taj Ariza, son of Trevor. They get him over USC. But the bad news for the Ducks today, press release out, Jackson Shellstead, broken hand, out 4 to 6 weeks. Their opener is a month away.
Yeah, dude, no one cares.
They'll be fine.
No one cares about the beginning of.
But Taj Ariza.
If you don't think you care about the beginning of the NBA season, dude, I give you the beginning of NCAA basketball.
That's fair.
He'll be fine. And that Ariza kid, all right, that's top 15 player in the country.
Yeah, son of Trevor.
Although every time Oregon gets like a top 15 player, it never turns out to be anything.
Yeah,
meanwhile, some kid that's like a 2-star kid will go on to be the best point guard they've ever had.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The Oregon Ducks are in a position for another college football playoff. Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Sorry, I had to run back in. Rumor has the National Guard may be coming down to escort Buckley out of the building.
It's possible.
It's a little awkward in there.
Everyone's locking me out, man.
Yeah, well, you're a short time here, Buckley.
I know.
No one wants you here anymore.
Well, and mostly they don't want the theft that's coming at the end of my shift today.
No. Well, I mean,
There's a
again,
track record.
There is a track record there. Only one of us here has been caught on camera thefting something from this building.
Hey, I replaced that fourfold.
Whose energy drink was that you took?
It was former engineer Adam.
Adam.
Yeah.
Even though there was a sign on there that said, don't.
Yeah, we don't need to rehash. We don't need to rehash that.
Need to rehash
I
that.
had concepts of a plan that included me replacing them, and didn't make it to replacement before I was found out.
Everybody has done that. Oh, yeah. I did that with a slice of. Someone had a little thing of like Tillamook cheese in there the other day, and I did one of those. I was like, yeah, you know what?
It's probably fine.
That's probably fine. You know what? I'll bring in some cheese. I'm like, I've got some of these at home. I'll bring them in. Yeah, I didn't do that. So whoever whose cheese I ate like 2 weeks ago, yeah, sorry about that.
They're probably not listening.
That's what I thought. NFL slate. Did you realize that the Vikings and Browns are playing and the over-under on that game is 33.5?
Whoa! I did not see that total.
The Vikings are down 3 starting offensive linemen.
And I believe they're actually down 3 centers. Not just O linemen, but anyone who can play center. I think they're going to put someone at center who has literally never played center in his life at any level.
So the starting center's out, the backup center's out, and then like a swing guy is also out.
Right. Like
so
a
they got
guard
3
who could.
starting offensive linemen, a backup who would be like the emergency guy. So yeah, they're just. And you got Carson Wentz, JJ McCarthy's out.
Yep.
Van Ginkel's out. The Browns are starting Dylan Gabriel. By the way, this is in London. The
Jolly
Vikings,
old London town. What a treat for the Londoners.
and the total on that thing is 33.5.
That's some Iowa stuff right there.
That is some Iowa stuff.
Good Lord.
I'm not certain which is going to be the worst offensive game, that or
we have to
Florida
take-
and Texas are playing.
Yeah.
And Texas has the 103rd ranked third down offense, and the Florida Gators have the 123rd ranked third down
Now,
offense.
that one, if I'm not mistaken, the over-under's at like 42.5, and I'm already on the under on that one just because we haven't seen it from Arch. We definitely haven't seen it from Lagway. Feels like it's going to be one of those slobber knockers where somebody wins, 20-17 or something like that. Do we have to just take the over in London out of principle on 33?
I think you kind of, right?
It's just like an auto play.
Well, I mean, we thought, I don't know, that Viking defense, Van Ginkel or not, they are going to throw the house at Dylan Gabriel. Although we thought this last week with the 2 most challenging defenses to play against. And I'm not saying they're necessarily the best defenses, but the most challenging for a rookie quarterback is Jesse Minter with the Chargers and what Flores does with the Vikings. They give you more crap to look at than you can possibly handle. Now, they got to Jackson Dart. They sacked him 6 times. They hit him like 12 times, but Dart made plays with his legs, and they ended up winning that game. Dylan Gabriel, that's a little terrifying.
It's very terrifying.
But in theory, in London, your first start against that Vikings team, Dylan Gabriel's head should be spinning by the time they're done with that.
Yeah.
The Vikings make a lot of people look bad. Although that Browns defense, which is one of the better defenses in the league against, we've talked about this, when you have backup O-linemen in, not 1, not 2, but 3, and you have a guy that has never played center before, something tells me that Myles Garrett is going to find his way into the A-gap.
I'd imagine so.
So, I don't know, that's at 6:30 in the morning. I'm not going to wake up for it, but when I do wake up, when I turn on that TV, if that thing is 3-0 in the fourth quarter, I'm going to be like, yeah, that's about right.
That is an insanely low NFL total.
I need to look and see like what the sack total is, because whatever that is,
question.
that I may take the over on. I don't know if you can make that high enough for me. Broncos Eagles is good. I'm definitely intrigued by that. I kind of want to see Bo Nix against this defense. Bo Nix has been okay. I think there's been some regression there, and the Eagles, they may not be pretty. The Eagles are the gold standard right now. Like, and I want to see Bo Nix against this defense on the road. You know, he's 4-7 on road games
starts,
in his career, and he's got 7 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. The bad Bo Nix has appeared at times. The good, he's one of those guys to me that can go either way. I'm intrigued by that. Dolphins, Panthers, I want nothing to do with. Oh my God. And speaking of inept offenses, I give you the Cooper Rush Baltimore Ravens against the CJ Stroud Houston Texans.
Boy, what's the over-under on that one? Might have to play the under there.
40.5.
Better than 33.
Yeah. The Houston Texans, by the way, might have the worst offensive line I've ever seen in my entire life.
It's bad.
It is so bad. Titans Cardinals is bad. Lions Bengals is bad. Patriots Bills Sunday night. This is another one I got my eyes on. We know Buffalo is elite. New England's 2-2. Drake May is having a moment here. Drake May, actually, when you look at it, he's like top 5 in almost every meaningful statistical category. But I would also like to point out that he has played the Raiders, Dolphins, Steelers, and Panthers.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a paper tiger as far as stats are concerned.
And they're 2-2. And those 2 wins, again, Dolphins, Panthers. I am intrigued, though, that like most of the time the Sunday night matchups are like, I mean, someone thinks something of New England to put them on Sunday Night Football. I don't know if they're ready for that primetime stage, but I'm intrigued by that. We get the return of Jaden Daniels, Commanders Chargers. By the way, no Terry McLaurin in that one. And here's another one. Commanders 2-2. I know Daniels has been out. Now they did get the split there with Mariota. Debo Samuels is supposed to go.
Okay.
So no McLaurin, but Debo's supposed to go. The Chargers with offensive line woes.
Both tackles out, right?
But I am kind of intrigued because the Commanders' defense is kind of ass. And we talked about this last year. The Commanders were the surprise team. Would there be a regression? And it kind of feels like that regression's coming. Defense doesn't look good. Lattimore hasn't worked out in the secondary, having real struggles there. And I'm not certain that Daniels is going to be able to carry this team against the Chargers defense.
And they haven't been able to stop him from getting hit,
No.
which is a big thing because he was the most hit quarterback in the league last year.
And then the other one I want to see is Monday night. It's not the best slate, but Monday night, Kansas City against Jacksonville. A lot of hype around Jacksonville right now. Again, sitting there at 3-1. And I give you the 3 wins of the Panthers, the Texans, and the Niners. The beat up Niners. And that was mainly because of special teams play. The Niners tried to gack that one away. And the Chiefs, 2-2, kind of had their coming out party last week where they actually looked like the old Chiefs. This is a huge one where I want to see if the Chiefs really are back and the Chiefs are the Chiefs, or does Jacksonville, whose defense right now leads the league in turnovers, and that defense is playing with their hair on fire right now, does Jacksonville have enough for us to look at this and be like, well, Kansas City isn't back. The Ravens defense is just terrible. So even though it's not the best slate of games,
It'll tell you a lot.
It will tell you
There are a lot of measuring stick games out
there. A lot of measuring sticks in this. And then honestly, one of the games of the week, I think, is 3-1 Tampa, 3-1 Seattle.
100%. I'm really excited for that matchup.
And injuries are going to play a role. Seattle's down a bunch of guys, especially in the secondary again. No Lawrence up front, but Love's out, Weatherspoon's out. So they're going to be a little weak on the back half.
They did get a little extra prep time because they played Thursday last week.
And the Buccaneers are getting Tristan Wirfs back.
Right.
Still have some O-line issues. Godwin's back, even though Mike Evans is out, but Bucky Irvin out for a couple weeks as well.
Yeah.
So there's that's one too that I've got circled.
It'd be a big win if you could get it for Seattle.
Well, and Seattle right now, Seattle's defense, this is kind of where the matchup I want to watch. One, Seattle's run game needs to get going. Sam Darnold has been really, really good for them. And this wants to be a run-first team. The run game so far,
hit and miss.
Hit and miss.
You've seen some really nice bursts. You've seen some nice games, both from Walker and from Charbonnet, but there hasn't really been any consistency.
No, and Sam Darnold has been better than advertised. And I know the bad Sam Darnold pokes his head up every now and then. Sam Darnold has been good. When you look at the Sam Darnold, Geno Smith thing, Seattle got the better end of that deal. Sam Darnold has been much better than Geno Smith. So can the Seattle run game get going? Can they run against that stout Buccaneers front with Vita Vea? But more importantly, I want to see Baker Mayfield in this offense against a Seattle defense that really looks the part. When everyone's healthy, and I know right now that's not the case, it does feel like they are building a Mike McDonald bully defense here in Seattle. And it has a chance when this season's done to be one of the 3 or 4 best defenses in the NFL. And if you can get the offense going a little bit with Sam Darnold in that run game, I think you're right to be excited about Seattle.
Yeah.
So it's a decent slate of games.
It's probably better this week in the NFL than it is in college, but college could get squirrely too.
Yeah. All right, we come back, we say goodbye to the thief, the energy drink thief, and noted cable thief as well, satellite pirate, if you will.
Yeah, a pirate.
Turkish bathhouse.
A Clydesdale.
The Sprint Tri-Cly. He wears so many hats, and we love him. One last club with our beloved Ryan Buckley before we send him off to the Adam Bjornson land. The club, coming up next on 105.1 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all pajamas for the family. Yep, get 50% off all pajamas for the family. Our matching holiday PJs go quick, so hurry in this
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, big news for Oregon basketball today as Dana Altman and company pick up a top 15 recruit in the country, getting the commitment from 6'9" forward Taj Ariza. He is the son of former NBA player Trevor Ariza. Taj picks the Ducks over USC. Some concerning news, though, for the Ducks starting five as star guard Jackson Shelstad going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. This according to a press release. The Ducks' first game is a month from tomorrow, so he should not miss much official time. No playoff baseball today, but the Mariners start their World Series quest tomorrow at T-Mobile Park. The M's getting the nightcap of the 4 divisional games on Saturday. It's a 5:38 first pitch on FS1. George Kirby will get the ball for Game 1. No Tigers starter announced yet. Game 2 on Sunday will feature Luis Castillo for the M's and reigning Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal for the Tigers. The Seahawks are back in action on Sunday, hosting Baker Mayfield and the Bucks. That's a 1:05 kickoff from Lumen Field with our coverage here on the Fan starting at 11 a.m. The Hawks are favored by 3.5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Sports Saturday with Joe Fisher and Rashad Taylor. Saturday mornings at 9 on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM. The following program may not be suitable for children.
Hold on to your butts.
As the sun sets over Slabtown, in the shadows of the Fremont Bridge, a club comes to life where you can let your freak flag fly.
There's a new fiesta in the making as we speak. Full kegs. Everybody's gonna be there. You ought to go.
The only thing that's off limits are the words you can't say thanks to the FCC.
They don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
We've given away too much to arrive at these political compromises. Yeah.
Google me, bitch.
Oh no, oh no.
Well, my.
America, yeah! Fat, uneducated, beer, yeah, flags, yeah, trucks, balls, yeah! Screw the being learned people, no!
Okay, we apologize.
It's time for the club, baby.
What?
On 105.1 and 1080, The Fan.
It's insane.
Hoo-wee.
Yeah, where else are you going to get to do this, Buck? You think they're going to let you do this over at the CW?
There is no drop board in TV land, I'll tell you that.
No. I can't believe you're leaving us. I'm disgusted with you.
I know.
Who cares if it's better hours and real money?
Those were a contributing factor.
I secretly think your wife thinks I'm a bad influence. I think this is all... What's your wife's name again?
Kim.
I think this
Get
is
me
all...
away from Sook.
I think this is all Kim-driven.
No, Kim loves you.
I'm convinced of it. I think Kim believes that I'm a negative influence. You got family members that rat you out on air. You get ratted out by family members to Kim. I think this is what this is. I just think eventually she's like, you know what? This is like if we were little kids and she's not going to let you play.
At all costs.
Yeah. She's like, I don't like this influence right now.
You know what? You can play with Sook, but you better be home by dark.
It is true. You are not allowed to go out with me after work. I know that's a rule. I know somewhere there's a conversation where you're like, you're not going out.
It's definitely not a rule. It's more that, hey, as soon as you can get home and help with these two children, get your ass back here. That's really more what it has to do.
And now you're leaving us for a crappy TV job. You have to deal with Adam Bjornson.
That's right.
Is there anyone else over there, or is it just you and Bjornson?
It's just me and Bjornson. No, it's no. There's plenty of people over there. Jamie Hudson's over there. Brenna Green is over there. They kind of lead the front-facing part of the sports department, but lots of people over there.
You're gonna get bored there after a week.
I hope not.
You will. This may not be the most glamorous job in the world, but damn it, we have fun here.
That's right.
You're telling me you're going to enjoy working over there? You won't.
You're
going to go home to with a dead, empty soul now, and go home to your wife, and she's just going to browbeat you.
Well, I was thinking about this yesterday, not being browbeaten by my wife, but but when I was hosting, I was thinking we might do a trip through the drops board of the last 3 years or so, just because there's so much dumb crap that you guys have said or that other people have said that we have clipped stuff off. And you're right, that part of this and that part of this show and all the irreverent things that you guys do and the dumb stuff you say and the words that you trip over and the way that, frankly, we make fun of other people, like that is something that is not replicated or duplicated anywhere else, and that's been a special part of this show.
Now, we may have to do during the break, I may have to task you with doing the Ryan Buckley top 10. Because you have curated, I mean, some of these are like really old and we've done. Yeah. But you look over the last 3.5 years you've been with us. We may have to have the Ryan Buckley top 10 personal.
Well,
that you have cultivated.
I think, I mean, I can count them up. I think we have 18 different ROP bitch drops, and we've got at least 5 from you. We have an entire page now that is drops from our president.
I'm not going to lie.
There's a whole lot of stuff going on.
I do love those. I also love when a big fan of the POTUS gets mad at us for playing the POTUS's
the things that he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm always fascinated by that.
Got a lot of friends that fat.
Well, like, if anything, you would think if you were a big fan of the POTUS, our show should be your favorite show. You hear more from our POTUS here than you do anywhere else.
Who the hell knows? Who the hell cares, huh?
We're big fans. Look, I don't know. Whatever you think of his policies, you have to admit he is the greatest quotable presence of all time.
Well, now he's becoming a meme lord, so it all fits.
There's a lot of shooting, a lot of blasting. He's phenomenal. I still think the Tesla might be Tesla and computer.
I love Tesla. Everything's computer.
There's just so many good ones.
I have concepts of a plan. They're
That's
eating the pets. I love cows. I'm the strongest farmer guy that there's ever been. Dear Mr. Japan, here's the story.
They're amazing.
Very successful, very rich. Sort of like a hot guy. Got a lot of friends, they're fat. Because there are a lot of stupid people in this country running things. If they get a bad back, they die. Somebody said skedaddle.
Oh, that's a classic.
You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle.
I will say that the skedaddle one makes its way into my life all the time.
Skedaddle's a great word.
The amount of times that I'm like, I think we need to skedaddle. You know what skedaddle means? It means to skedaddle. And I now do that with a lot of things. I love saying a word and then explaining the word with the same,
word.
with the word. It's just great. Yeah, it's gonna be today. I will be sad. I will be sad when you walk out those doors for the last time.
Well, and I told some other people this today too. You know, these things aren't mutually exclusive. I'm super excited about this opportunity that I'm going to go chase down now over at Coin in the CW. But I am sad about leaving this. This has been a really comfortable place for me the last 3 years. It's been a place that I feel like I've been able to grow as a radio professional. I've had not just opportunities on the board, but behind the microphone, and this is fun. And I decided so long ago, probably around the age of 15, when I realized little Ryan wasn't going to be a Major League Baseball player, that if I couldn't play sports for a living, I wanted to do sports for a living. Yeah. And that, whatever form that took on, I first tried to do it working for Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area, selling ad space in Giants games and things like that. And I hated it because it was just a business job. It was cold calling and all that. I ended up getting in with the people on the production floor, one floor down, and I'm like, well, this is where I'm supposed to be. This is where I can kind of do my sports thing. And I have, like a little kid with a dream, tried to just pull at the sports thread for the better part of 15 years. It's my happy place. I don't remember. I can't credit to the right person, but someone once said that sports is the toy store of the world, and it feels that way. So coming here and chopping it up with you guys, and whether it's over total BS or whether it's about serious sports stuff, like it's just fun. It's fun to be a part of, and I'm glad I got to have a little piece of it.
I always feel guilty because there's so many people in this line of work that all they wanted to do was something involved in sports, and it just happened. I didn't intend to play sports. I just was good at it.
Yep.
I didn't plan on doing sports radio. I literally just kind of fell ass backwards into it.
Mm-hmm.
But it is weird that, whether you made this in your entire life and this is what you wanted to do, or you're like me and you kind of fell into it. I will say it's to work in this industry, there's a lot of negative things that go along with
Sure.
it, right? You're not going to get rich unless you're one of like 4 people.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of crap that you have to deal with in corporate stuff. And it's like anything else. It's a job. But there's a lot of really cool things that go along with our job. And you meet a lot of cool people. And that's maybe the best thing is you do meet a lot of really good people. And we have a lot of good people here in Portland. I think we're very lucky in our media market to have some really good people. And you're going to go work with some good ones over there. Adam Bjornson is one of the nicest dudes in the world.
And that meant a lot to me. I mean, I knew whether directly or indirectly, I had some connections to the people on their team, and I think they run a really nice operation over there. So I'm super excited to be a part of it. But, additionally, you joked about this in the break when Dusty was in here that we're never going to see me again. And that's entirely possible. I doubt that it's going to happen.
I like that you're already setting it up for it's entirely possible. Yes, it is entirely possible.
But what I was going to say is I have a few working relationships in my life that I haven't seen people for years. People who work back in San Francisco, haven't seen for close to a decade. And I still fire off text messages with them about inside jokes and things we did and places we went. And you and Rob are 2 people that I believe are going to be in that kind of lifelong connected circle for me. We might not see each other a lot. We might not hang out a lot, but I will always have something for you when I see something goofy that's football related or whatever. When it's golf betting, it'll be Rob. But I am despite the fact we've never hung out outside of this, I will really miss this relationship that we've kind of all grown together.
And maybe one day when your wife goes out of town, we can sneak away and you can hang out with me. When the watchful eye of Kim.
You get a ring on the phone. Hey, Sook, wife's with the kids at the beach this weekend. What are you doing?
We all have that person. We'll have that person when the wife's out of town. You're like, hey, maybe we can get together. Just don't tell don't tell your like father-in-law or anyone. They'll freaking rat you out. Yeah, in case you couldn't tell, we've been saying goodbye to Buck all day. This is Buck's last day. And I will say, the last segment, I want you to take this club, and I do want you to put together, you can do your top 5, you can do your top 10 if you want, but I would like the Ryan Buckley, the favorite drops.
Okay.
Because that is so much of what our producer does. Like, when you get hired at this job, it's like, do you book guests? What do you do? Like, you cultivate a lot of drops.
Well, and
you play a lot of bitch drops.
And it's funny is Isaac has talked about this a little bit, that you kind of see a little bit of like either the personality of the show or the producer or both with the different type of drops that each producer has procured. It seemed like a lot of Mike's drops were people like stumbling over stuff or tripping over things. A lot of mine are just like the foul, horrible things that come out of your guys' mouths or others.
Well, you can spend the next couple segments cultivating, and then we'll do that at the end. We come back. I've got some Saudi comedy news because nothing says comedy like the bone saw, and quite frankly, just some really disappointing comments coming out of us comedians. We got some Diddy sentencing, and I've got attack squirrels. What better way to send you off than
Did you say attack squirrel?
Attack
squirrel. Attack squirrels. I thought you said tax, like taxes. I'm like, there's squirrels paying taxes?
No, they're illegal. They're illegal squirrels.
Sure.
They're not paying taxes.
Of course not.
Bunch of scofflaws over there.
You got to get ice on the case.
The club rolls on when we come back. 105.1 The Fan.
Ducks Game Day hits the road.
That's a touchdown, Oregon!
Every road game, Andy Johnson and Anthony Newman will broadcast live from Grand Central Bowl Arcade and Sports
Half right. I got you. Buck for another 40-ish minutes before we send him off into the TV land. I saw that Diddy was sentenced today.
Yeah, 50 months, is that right?
He got 4 years, but he's going to get credit for 14 months, basically, that he's already served. He's been in prison this whole time.
Yep.
So they'll give him credit for that. So basically, he's going to have to serve 3 years in federal prison. And I guess he broke down and was crying. Now, I don't know if he's eligible for parole. I haven't seen any of that. But the prosecutors were asking for 11 years. And I guess they were saying that, this was a little sticky, but I guess the court ruled that the sentencing could take into account the things that weren't proven, which I thought was interesting. You know, because he was accused of a lot of awful crap.
That seems, I mean, I don't know if illegal is the right word, but isn't the whole point of court that you can only really get punished for what people can prove? So they're gonna take into account things that didn't get proven?
Yeah,
that seems to be really difficult for the defendant.
That's what I said. I was kind of like, because like I said, they were asking for 11 years. He ended up getting 4. He'll serve 3. He's already served the 1. But when I saw that this morning, they were like, yeah, he is going to be allowed, or I don't remember if the judge was male or female or not, but the judge was going to be allowed to take into consideration the other things that he was accused of. And I was like, well, I'm with you. I was like, that's a little...
That seems unfair.
Yeah. Like, you accused me of something, but I was only convicted of this.
Yeah, we couldn't find any evidence you did this, but you were connected to it, so we're going to tack that on too.
Yeah. During the hearing, it lasted several hours. Prosecutors blasted him, saying that I guess he scheduled a speaking engagement this upcoming Monday in Miami, which it's it's a little bit of a bold move, right? You're like, I got this sentencing hearing, but got to do a speaking gig in Miami. I don't think he's going to be making that. The defense played a video of Diddy and his kids in court. They just basically you're just going back and forth where one side's like, he's fantastic, he's a father, we love him, like, you know, yeah, he was convicted of a little prostitution and human trafficking, but who hasn't? He served his time. And then the prosecution was like, dude, give that dude 11 years. And I don't know, maybe is that a fair deal? Like, you settle, one wants 11, one wants time served. He ends up with 3.
So we're kind of in the middle.
Yeah, he probably serves 2, and then he gets out.
And to your point, like, there was a lot that he was connected to that wasn't actually proven, and unless it is, that you probably don't deserve that full sentence.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see, like, when that's all done, can he come back?
Boy, I don't know. That's a tricky one.
We got the video of him, like, kicking the hell out of his wife. Or his
girlfriend. Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we all know that whatever you think of it, like, the freak out parties were true. He was, like, shooting people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, does he just have to quietly go away? I mean, he's got an ton of money. So does he just quietly go away? But it sounds like he was scheduling a speaking engagement.
So
who's going to hear Diddy speak, by the way?
I don't know, man.
And I guess he stood up in court, and we don't have, like, video, but they did, like, the sketch drawings. And, like, he had the gray beard, and he was wearing, like, a very sensible sweater. I always like, too, when you're getting, like, ready to be convicted of rape or, like, human trafficking, that you have to dress like a college professor.
Yeah.
Like, you do your best, like Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, like you're dressing up for dinner to go meet your girlfriend's parents or something.
Yeah, he's wearing, like, a collared shirt with a sensible sweater underneath.
Got a nice cardigan.
He's got some readers.
Yeah.
Got the little gray in his beard. He's just wearing some Dockers. He's like, hey, you know, just a normal guy here that likes to human traffic from time to time. Gave a lot of apologies and all that. He said he wants to personally apologize again to Cassie Ventura for any harm or hurt that I've caused her, emotionally or physically. Well, I don't know about the emotional, but I've seen the video of you kicking the hell out of her, dragging her down the hallway.
Didn't look very sorry at the time.
He would also like to apologize to her family. He says he's so sorry. So
I'm sure they loved that.
Yeah, there's Diddy. Diddy going away for, I don't know, the next couple of years. And then he'll come back and he'll do like I love to, like, he's going to come back and try to do like it won't be like an apology tour. It's going to be like this. I can just see him trying to turn it out like he's the victim in this, and he's now had some sort of spiritual awakening, right? He's going to come out. One, he's going to find Jesus. You know that. You know, when you're doing like time in prison, you always find Jesus. So he'll come back and he'll do like a man of the Lord thing, and then he'll talk about how he's learned his lesson, but he was unfairly treated, and then he'll try to come back into the public spotlight. Because, like, none of these people can just go away.
No, although it's like
it can't happen.
But then you wonder the types of, like, you mentioned the speaking engagement, but like the types of people, who are the types of people that are in earnest going to want to partner with Diddy? I just, it feels like one of those, like, remember when like Kevin Spacey was the first one to have all that stuff come out, and he was untouchable in Hollywood. Like no one would work with him for years and years and years. I don't know if the music industry is going to be that way.
I don't know. I went and saw, and it's not the same thing because like there's varying degrees of creepiness. I did get offered Louis C.K. tickets, and me and my buddy were like, should we go? And we were both like, maybe. Like, It felt a little weird, but we were like, he's a creep, but he's not like a rapist creep. He's just kind of a creep. We're like, it's been a couple years. We're like, and we went. By the way, it wasn't that funny. I was a little disappointed.
Yeah.
Like, I thought Louis C.K. was like, supposed to be like this great stand-up. I've seen his work, but I never seen him live.
Yeah.
And he played a little theater here in Portland, so you can tell he's just kind of inching his way back.
Yeah.
I got to tell you.
Yeah. I saw him before all that stuff came down, and it was really good. But also, he was kind of weird and finicky. Like, somebody messed with, like, accidentally turned the wrong light on at some point in time, and he, like, stopped down the show and, like was pissed at him, and I'm like, dude, okay.
It was a weird show.
He seems pretty tightly wound.
Yeah, it was a strange thing. So, you know, I don't know if Diddy's coming back, but not come back for a little bit, and then
also I wondered, like, does he get like super protection in prison, or does he get stuck with like people that want to?
He can't. I don't think celebrities can go to like normal prison.
I wouldn't think so, but I didn't know how this all stacks up or where he's supposed to be going.
I don't think if you get stuck in one of those prisons like where you're just like Gen Pop and like Diddy gets shanked, I don't think anyone can handle like the press that comes behind that and like the scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any of that happens. My guess is he probably sits somewhere in I don't know, some sort of minimum security thing. My guess is he has his own cell. I doubt that Diddy is getting thrown in with
a bunch of others.
No, I just can't imagine that being a thing. Plus, guys like that have the resources to sue. So if something did happen to you, now you got an investigation into it and all that. He will be well taken care of in prison. I don't think that is something he has to worry about.
Yeah.
The other piece of news that I saw today is that Saudi Arabia comedy festival is going on.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about this. We actually brought it up the other day. That the Saudis are basically trying to buy their way into the goodwill of everybody.
Yeah.
They're buying their way into the NBA and the NHL. They've already bought their way into Major League Soccer. They're putting on a flag football game. They've bought the World Cup. What else did? Oh, they bought EA Sports. So if you like any of the EA, if you like Madden or college football, they bought that thing for $55 billion. People were like, oh my God. They're like, what do they care? Right? They put on the biggest boxing event we've seen in however many years. That was the Bud Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez. The Saudis put that thing on. And that the Sheik guy that's in charge of their sports and entertainment, that guy was sitting ringside the entire time. And then he was there with Tom Brady like 2 days later, like announcing the flag football thing. So the Saudis at this point have basically just bought their way into everything. And can I add, it's working?
Yes.
Like they killed that journalist, and they were like, everyone was condemning them. And I love that they killed a journalist for speaking out. And their solution to it was, well, we'll just buy everything that
we'll
everyone...
start a golf league.
Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot about Liv. They just buy everything that everyone loves, and then you can't be mad because you're like, well, they give us a bunch of money and they give us what we like.
And then you literally have a golfer in Phil Mickelson who says, you know, on one hand, you worry about journalists getting killed, but on the other hand, you have a chance to shape the landscape of golf.
That is
like,
literally...
That was his quote.
That was a quote. That literally was a quote. Yes, I'm dealing with people that kill journalists, but...
You could also change the game of golf.
I'll change the game of golf. So I guess they've got this comedy festival going on right now. And dude, it's got everyone. Bill Burr is there. Dave Chappelle is there. Kevin Hart is there.
Louis C.K. is there.
Louis C.K. is there. Can you imagine how much money they're paying? And I guess there's some controversy going on right now because they're like telling sex jokes, and that is not going well with the Saudis. So I guess some of this has gotten really awkward. Can I also point out, you know, the Saudis were kind of behind sponsoring that whole, 9/11 thing. You know, something kind of maybe there? Anybody?
Someone said that that Pete Davidson's performing
Pete
at it,
Davidson's
and
performing.
his dad was killed at 9/11.
Yes.
So
You want to talk about like an empty, soulless thing? Are you kidding me? But the worst part of this is, I guess Dave Chappelle was over there, and you want to talk about some balls? And I like Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle literally stood on stage, I guess this happened yesterday in Saudi Arabia, and said, it's easier to speak freely in Saudi Arabia right now than it is in the United States.
Really?
He said, if you speak on Charlie Kirk right now, you get canceled. He goes, we're about to find that out. That dude had the nerve to stand up after taking money from that government and say that it's easier to speak freely in Saudi Arabia than it is the United States of America.
Golly.
Wow. And like I said, I like Dave Chappelle, but you want to talk about some balls? He is a guy that has never cared, right? He canceled the Chappelle show at its height. He's obviously taken a lot of flack over some of the trans stuff that he's gone after. He certainly has been outspoken about the what would you say, the struggle that African Americans have faced.
Yeah.
Seriously though, you think that saying something about LGBTQ people and the backlash you get is worse than saying something in Saudi Arabia? Really?
Boy. I mean, I guess I can't prove that one way or the other, but I'm not sure that's accurate.
I mean, if you're Dave and you really believe that, say something about the Saudi government.
Oh, yeah.
Say something about the prophet. Might want to say that and then see how that whole thing goes.
Say something about their women. Anything. Say. I mean, there is so much stuff that will get you in so much hot water with different levels of corporal punishment.
And yes, if the Saudis buy the fan tomorrow, I would like to point out that the Saudis are fair and reasonable people, and
Big Souk's open for business.
I find the sheik to be a powerful and handsome man and of great discernment, and I, for one, am looking forward to speaking the truth about this wonderful regime that has a stellar human rights record and by no means has sponsored global terrorism and by no means is using this sports and everything as a way to wash away all the sins of the past. And no, I welcome my new Saudi overlords.
Yeah.
Money, please, money now, money me. We come back. I've got Attack Squirrels and the Buckley top drops during his 3.5 years here before we send him off to the land of Adam Bjornson. You've got the club here on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brian Buckley with this final Sports Center update. No playoff baseball today. The Mariners start their quest to win the World Series tomorrow at T-Mobile Park. ALDS Game 1 scheduled for 5:38 first pitch. On FS1, George Kirby will start the game for Seattle. The Tigers starter still up in the air. We do know the Game 2 starters for both teams. It'll be Luis Castillo for the M's and reigning Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal for the Tigers. The Seahawks are back in action this weekend, hosting Baker Mayfield and the Bucks. That's a 105 kickoff from Lumen Field, with our coverage here on The Fan starting at 11 a.m. The Hawks are favored by 3.5, and some good news for Oregon Ducks basketball today. Dana Altman and company securing a commitment from 6'9" forward Taj Ariza. He is a top 15 recruit, son of former NBA player Trevor Ariza, and picks the Ducks over USC. Some bad news for Ducks basketball. Star guard Jackson Shellstad going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. Ducks' first game is a month from tomorrow. He should only miss about 2 weeks tops. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley to George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the firm of Harris and Meringue. Weekdays 10 to 1. The Fan Sports.
There was professional table tennis coming to Portland.
The Portland Paddlers.
Yeah, we just learned today that there is Major League Table Tennis. Which,
across this nation.
Yeah, we had no idea. And apparently it's at the convention center. And I mentioned that we needed some Portland Paddlers gear. There is an actual Major League Table Tennis shop. And you can buy a Portland Paddlers vintage wash jersey right now on sale, $59.95, $44.95.
Hey.
I would like to know how many Portland Paddlers jerseys they have sold. Like, I kind of am jealous. And by the way, it just looks like a polo shirt because it's table tennis. But I kind of like the Portland Paddlers logo.
It has a little bit of looks like a little bit like a darts jersey, or even like a rugby jersey, because it's a little bit tight fitting with the collar and like a patch kind of.
It seems like a rugby jersey. I'm fascinated. Are there Major League Table Tennis fans? By the way, when you look at the team,
how many people do they play in front of? Do you think?
I kind of want to go. I not because I want to watch Major League Table Tennis. I just want to see how many, and I want to see the crowd at a Major League Table Tennis tournament. By the way, every player that I look at, they're all Asian, by the way. Like, they've got all the teams from the Bay Area Blasters to the Portland Paddlers. Guess what? They're all from Taiwan and South Korea.
The Bay Area Blasters.
I think you should get yourself a Bay Area Blasters t-shirt.
I mean, why not?
I'm a little disappointed that you, being a Bay Area sports fan, you like the Niners.
Didn't even know about the Blasters.
You like the Giants, and you weren't even aware of the Bay Area Blasters.
No, I've been up to my ears in Valkyries and Bay FC going on recently.
Like, it just makes you wonder how many other weird minor league teams are existing in your city that you don't know about.
Yeah, do we have a darts team somewhere, or a bocce ball squad?
And the other question I have, are the Portland Paddlers actually in Portland, or because all the teams are here at once?
Right. Remember that was that was either the UFL or the XFL thing. Like, all the teams had affiliations, but they literally were all like practicing in Houston. They never went back to their actual cities.
Yeah. So like they're playing at the convention center. So like I guess what's the ping pong bar? Pips and Bounce shut down.
Okay.
But is there like do the Portland Paddlers have a home field? Like, if you showed up at a local bar, is there just a ping pong table somewhere and you're like,
there's one rec center that they've got the corner on. They're like, no, this is our spot.
I love the idea of just showing up somewhere and like everyone in matching tracksuits, and you're like, who the hell is that? And like, who is that? It's the GD Paddlers, you son of a bitch. And like, they go around and hustle people at ping pong bars.
Who the hell are you?
I'm fascinated. And I'm a little upset that I've spent the vast majority of my life in the city and I've never been aware once that we had Major League Table Tennis. And why didn't they reach out to us? Hey, Portland Paddlers, like, how about an email? Like, let's go. I would have promoted. I'm promoting now. This weekend, if you don't have anything else to do, head on down to the convention center to watch the Portland Paddlers take on the Florida Crocs, the Los Angeles Spinners, the New York Slice, the Bay Area Blasters, not to mention the Texas Smash, those sons of bitches.
So that's I'm guessing, like, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I feel like they just have, like, the best 20 table tennis players in the world, and they're like, all right,
you're a blaster.
All you guys show up to this one event, we're going to draft teams real quick, and then we'll all play each other. There's no way that these are, like, squads that practice together in their home cities and things. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
So is this Major League or like, minor league pro division? Are there leagues in table? I don't nothing.
I do think, let's see, I looked this up earlier.
Are these the best table tennis players in the world?
I think they called it Major League Table Tennis.
Yeah, it's Major League Table Tennis. I have no idea.
How do they stack up against, like, Olympian table tennis players?
Couldn't tell you. Are there Olympic medalists? If I go watch the Portland Paddlers, am I watching gold medalists? I don't know. But I'll tell you right now, I've officially today become a Paddlers fan.
Yeah. I mean, now I'm a little bit torn. I don't know whether I should go back to my roots with the Bay Blasters, or if, as a Portland transplant now, need to just pick up my Portland Paddlers gear.
I'm not going to lie, though. The $50 for the jersey seems a bit much.
Yeah.
Like, come on, $50?
Well, I mean, think of the craftsmanship.
It looks like a polo shirt. $50?
Yeah, it does.
Can't do it. All right, we come back. We say goodbye to Ryan Buckley one more time, and we hear the Ryan Buckley. What are we doing? Top 5?
Oh, I've got a list of 10 plus, but we'll rip through them.
We've got the Ryan Buckley 10 favorite drops during his time as producer of this dumb program before we send him off to his new gig. You've got one more segment before we put a big old bow on this and head into the weekend right here on 105.1 The Fan.
Dirt and spray. Dirt and spray.
I'm Dirt.
Josh Pate's our guest.
That's the thing about college football season. Those teams that eventually become elite, they normally hit that gear around Halloween. They peak at the right time. I think we're looking at Oregon pre-peaking. It's going to come a time, down the road a little ways where you don't look at them and say, boy, if they played Penn State now, Penn State would win. I think it's much more likely we're looking at it saying, if this Oregon team went into state college, that thing wouldn't have gone to overtime.
The home of Dirt and Spray. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on the Fan Sports Network.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts,
Just a few minutes left on the illustrious career of Ryan Buckley as he gives up his dream.
Chase another dream.
Dream of sitting behind a desk somewhere and telling Adam Bjornson to comb his hair and whatever the hell else you're going to do at your new lame job over there doing God knows what, producing hot 3-minute television bits.
Hey, we do full shows after live sporting events. So, Game On, bring it.
I remember Game On. Was that was with one of the Brocks, right?
Well, their talent there rotates and takes turns doing that. So Adam does it, Jamie does it, Brenna does it. But that's kind of their coming out of live programming, big live events, their go-to bridge to news.
So what you're saying is that I shall be coming to Game On very, very soon.
I hope so. I mean, I have no idea what kind of autonomy I have over there, but there's some smart people in this building when it comes to talking sports, and maybe we'll find a Souk on set someday.
As I use your influence now to weasel my way into the world of television, after I got booted out after my controversial stint as the fill-in host on AM Northwest with Helen Raptis, I've been waiting 20 years to get back on TV, and here's my opportunity. So if you don't know, this is Buck's last day at the Fan. He's moving on. So we thought we would take a moment because one of the key jobs as our producer on this stupid program is indeed to cultivate drops. And every producer has their own style of what you like, and you can tell who cultivated what drop.
Yeah.
Like you can see their breadth of work. And Ryan Buckley, so because Lynch was a master of the drops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he really was. And it took me a while to kind of get up to speed with it and figure out like when I should hit some of them myself and what stuff I should clip to save as a drop. And then, it started to come together.
And then you hit your stride. And the Buckley montages will be missed. I mean, I won't miss you, but I will miss I'll miss making fun of you for being browbitten by your wife. And I will miss your drop. So without further ado, we would like to cultivate the Ryan Buckley, 10-ish favorite drops.
I did try to narrow it down to 10 for the purposes of timing. I'll start here with the one that we started this club hour with, and this came at the end of the club, and this was Souk upset about how patriotism has kind of been co-opted by one side.
America, yeah! Fat, uneducated, beer, yeah, flags, yeah, trucks, balls, yeah! Screwed, they're being learned people, no!
And the best part about that is then we broke it up into like 6 different drops. So anytime you talk about Cooper flag or penalty flags, I can drop a flags in there, and that's an all-timer. This one, I think, will be an all-timer for you, too, because it almost made you fall out of your chair.
He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
This was when Dame got traded to Milwaukee, and we're like, well, didn't he want to go to Miami? And, like, what's he going to do out in Milwaukee? And Isaac said he was going to go out and get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
I will tell you that in the moment that... Like, every now and then, Rob will say something. Like, there's been a handful of the years that, like, literally I can't stop laughing. Like, it destroys the show. I just start crying. I can't hold it together. And that was... yeah, because the rumor was he wanted to go to Miami because, he may have had a lady or two down in Miami. He go get him one of them Milwaukee butter hogs.
Another quick one I like, just a ROP one that can be used in just about any situation.
Oh, I'm hurt.
That is a good one.
Yeah. Let's see.
That can be used in so many.
For sure.
Yeah.
This one, just because we're terrible at math, it's a little bit longer, but it gets me every time.
Buy 2 windows and get 2 windows free. So if you need 8 windows, you get 8 windows free. No, 4 windows free. Does that make sense? Wait, 8 to 4. Yep, 4. No, 8. I don't know.
That's how this show generally does it, math.
The math, yeah. The next producer on the application, it will be, do you suck at math? Because we can't have anyone good at math in here.
Then this show thrives on bitch drops,
yes.
And so now I've got 3 of my favorites. One from you.
I told you, you dumb bitch.
Isaac freaking out on Jody Allen.
She won't even return his calls, you freaking bitch. What is up with that?
And then the rare but once scolding of us by one Joey Harrington.
You freaking bitch. You're a freaking bitch.
I do love that one. That is near and dear to my heart. I love that one.
Another ROP off the cuff that I know gets you every time. It gets me as well.
You can take your Halloween and shove it up your little kid ass.
And apropos here as we're into the spooky season.
And then a new one from Souk just a couple weeks ago, but climbed very quickly.
Rocco! Oh, Mike Rocco! Oh!
And then additionally, wouldn't be complete without, we already did a bunch of Trump ones earlier, wouldn't be complete without some Scoot Henderson. It's kind of a double dip.
I'm going to go to that lake. Magic Johnson.
Like the go to that lake, that was from draft night, and we're like, does he think that we're on a lake? Like, what is?
I'm going to go to that lake.
Going to that lake.
And then finally, when this was maybe 3 months ago or 2 months ago, Rop channeling his inner Greg Sankey in full.
You can issue your press statements, but I'm actually looking for ideas to move us forward.
I like the...
Here now, the SEC didn't need the playoff. That was for the good of the game. You want to go inside what it's like to sit in this role? Here now. I think about the responsibility I have to our member institutions over here now. And I think about the rest of college football more broadly all the time. I'm open to the college football ideas. There's not just a lot of them incoming. My phone's not ringing off the hook with, hey, here's another way to look at it here now. Boy. Our athletic directors are telling me we've given away too much to arrive at these political compromises.
That's the best. That's the best.
How many of those compromises does it take? Ultimately, I recognize I'm the one who ends up in front of the podium here now, explaining not just myself, but ourselves. So, yeah, good luck to me here now.
A great way to end it. A great way to end it. Well, we will be back on Monday.
It's been so much fun. Thank you so much.
Bottom of my heart, man, we wish you all the best. To Kim, to your kids, to all of that. We love you, Buckley. You will be missed. We wish you all the best, and hopefully we'll see you down the road sometime. Thank you for listening today. Thank you for listening for all these years and everyone's continued support. And again, tune in to all the stuff that Buck's going to do. He's going to have a big responsibility over there at Coin in the CW, so wish him all the best. You've been listening to Primetime on 105.1 The Fan.